Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Current and present prime ministers, deputy prime ministers, presidents, vice presidents, ministers and deputy ministers, ambassadors and chargés d'affaires, senior statesmen, senior academicians, senior journalists from around the world. I welcome you to American University of Iraq Sulaimani and our 7th Sulaimani Forum. First, I wish to thank Dr. Max Skelton, the director of the IRIS organization that sponsors the forum, his IRIS team, and our university staff for their incredibly hard work during the last several months in arranging this wonderful event. I thank the founder of this university, Dr. Barham Saleh, a current trustee of our Board of Trustees, as well as the chair of our Board of Trustees, Dr. Jill Derby, and those trustees who came from all across the world to be with us today, as did many of you as well. Special thanks to the first AUIS alumnus to serve on our Board of Trustees, Mr. Saad Hassan, who has generously contributed to the financial support of this event. On your way to this conference room, you may have noticed flags placed along the entrance of the building and flags in the hallways. Apart from a few exceptions, such as for the United Nations and our own university flags, these flags represent the nationalities of faculty and staff who have worked at AUIS since its founding 16 years ago. We also have today faculty and staff from 20 countries. We have students from all 19 governorates in Iraq, as well as neighboring countries such as Syria, Turkey, Iran, and a bit farther afield, Afghanistan. More than 27% of our students come from outside the Kurdistan region, which I believe is the highest number of that kind for any university in the region. So AUIS belongs in the category of special universities that support diversity as a means of education. It's one reason why we view ourselves as an American-style university. A second reason, we believe our students learn outside the classroom as well as inside. To us, it's just as important that the students learn teamwork and leadership skills on a football field as it is for them to learn academic excellence and critical thinking skills in the classroom. As a non-governmental, not-for-profit university dedicated to the public interest without investors or stockholders, our university educates the kind of people that every country needs: respected citizens and community leaders, as well as outstanding employees and professional leaders. So I am pleased today that the flags at AUIS celebrate not just our university community, but the diverse experience and viewpoints of you, our distinguished guests. As the Danish mathematician Pete Hein once observed, problems worthy of attack prove their worth by fighting back. And you will be discussing some very worthy problems today. Please know that you have the support of all of us at this university in this important work. It's now my pleasure to introduce my partner and friend, the founder of AUIS and the founder of Sulaimani Forum, former President of Iraq, the Honorable Dr. Barham Saleh.
بەناوی خوای گەورە و میهرەبان بەخێربێن سەرچاوان بە دیدارتان شادین لە دیداری سلەیمانی. هیوادارم هەم خۆتان هەم میوانە بەڕێزەکان پێکەوە ئەم دوو ڕۆژەی دیداری سلەیمانی دەرفەتێک بێ بۆ باسکردن و بە دواداچوونی کۆمەڵێ لەو پرسە گرنگانەی ڕوبەڕووی وڵاتەکەمان و چاوەڕوانی خەڵکی ئەم نیشتیمانە دەبێتەوە. دڵنیام لە کەش و هەوایەکی ئازاد و دڵسۆزانە ئەم پرس و باسانە دەکرێ و دەخرێتە خزمەتی دەوڵەمەندکردنی کۆی تێگەیشتن هەم لە وەزعی کوردستان، عێراق، ناوچەکە و هەوڵدان بۆ سازدانی توانا و وزەکان بۆ خزمەتکردنی کۆمەڵانی خەڵک. تەشریفتان هێناوە بۆ زانکۆی ئەمریکی عێراق لە سلەیمانی دووبارەی دەکەمەوە. ئەمە پرۆژەیەکی گشتیە، مڵکی کەس نییە، بۆ خزمەتی خەڵکە قازانجنەویستە. هاوکاریەکە بۆ شاری هەڵمەت و قوربانی، شاری ڕۆشنبیری سلێمانی، و هاوکاریە بۆ کوردستان و بۆ عێراق، و لێرەشەوە چەندین نەوەی لاوی ئەم وڵاتە پێگەێنراوە بە هیوای ئەوەی بەشدار بن لە ئاوەدانی و خزمەتکردنی وڵاتەکەیانە. هیچ چاوەڕوانی پشتیوانی و هاوکاریتانین. دووبارەی دەکەمەوە، ئەمە زانکۆیەکی گشتیە، مڵکی کەس نییە، داهاتی بۆ کەس نییە، تەنها و تەنها ئامانجی خزمەتکردنی خوێندکاران و پێگەیاندنی نەوەی نوێیە. ئەم دیدارەمان لە کاتێکا دەبەستین 20 ساڵ بەسەر ڕاماڵینی ڕژێمی پێشووی عێراقدا تێپەڕی. سبەینێ یادی هەڵەبجەیە. گرنگە لەم دەرفەتەدا ئاوەردانەوەیەک لە 20 ساڵی ڕابردوو بکەین، ئەوەی دەستکەوت، ئەو ئامانجانەی پێگەیشتوین، بەڵام لە هەمان کاتیش هات دڵنیام ئەو کۆمەڵە چاوەڕوانیانەی کە تاوەکوی ئێستاش خەڵکی عێراق و خەڵکی کوردستان بە دوایدا وێڵن. بایەخی عێراق لە ناوچەکە گەورەیە. چۆن دەتوانین دەوری کوردستان، دەوری عێراق، دەوری ئەم پێکهاتانە هەمووی بەیەکەوە کارێ بکەین بۆ ئاوەدانی و خزمەتگوزاری و پێکەوە ژیانی خەڵک تەرخان بکەین و قازانجی دادپەروەری و خۆشگوزەرانی خەڵک. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. دولة رئيس الوزراء محمد شيع السوداني، سيد رئيس مجلس القضاء القاضي فاق زيدان، أخي وعزيزي السيد رئيس إقليم كردستان كاكا نيتشيرفان بارزاني، معالي الوزراء وأصحاب السعادة والإخوة والأخوات والضيوف الكرام، مرحبا بكم في السليمانية، في ملتقى السليمانية. هذه الدورة السابعة لملتقى السليمانية، نجتمع فيه بحضور هذه المجموعة الخيرة النيرة المهمة من الكفاءات العراقية ومن الباحثين والمهتمين بالشأن العراقي والإقليمي من عموم المنطقة. فرصة مهمة أن نتحاور فيما بيننا بما يهدف إلى إثراء المواضيع الحيوية التي نجابهها في العراق وفي إقليم كردستان وعلى صعيد المنطقة. هذا الملتقى يعقد ونحن نستذكر الذكرى 20 لإزاحة النظام السابق. قطعاً هذه المناسبة تحمل معها الكثير والكثير من المعاني والأبعاد الذي نتفق في قسم منها ونختلف في قسم آخر. أتمنى أن لا نختلف في أن إنهاء النظام السابق واستبداده وبطشه كان عملاً جباراً ومهماً، وأتى نتيجة نضال طويل وشاق من العراقيين بمختلف فئاتهم، ودفع العراقيون أثماناً باهظة من أجل إنهاء النظام الدكتاتوري، وتطلب تدخل دولي بقيادة الولايات المتحدة لإسقاط النظام في وقته، وكان حدثاً جللاً مهماً وأدى إلى تحولات كبرى في هذه المنطقة. نستذكر شهداءنا وضحايا النظام والذين سقطوا من العراقيين ومن التحالف الدولي في عملية إسقاط النظام وفي عملية مجابهة الإرهاب الذي اجتاح بلدنا. نشكر كل من وقف مع العراق من التحالف الدولي وأيضاً من جيراننا الذين هبوا لمساعدتنا في تلك الأيام الحالكة. بعد 20 سنة سيداتي سادتي، لنا أن نعتز بإنجازات تحققت على الأرض وليست بقليلة، ولكن قطعاً وكلنا نتفق على الأقل لفظياً بأن هناك مساحة كبيرة من التوقعات التي لم تتحقق للعراقيين وهم يتطلعون إلى تحقيقها. المهم، بالرغم من كل المشاكل الموجودة في بلدنا، ثبت مبدأ التداول السلمي للسلطة في بلادنا، وهناك تغيير ل6 حكوماتنا الآن. معنا اليوم دولة رئيس الوزراء السوداني، معنا دولة رئيس الوزراء اياد علاوي، دولة رئيس الوزراء حيدر العبادي والإخوة الآخرين، وأتصور أنا أيضا رئيس سابق. هذه حالة بدون سابقة في بلادنا. لا أدعي بأنها مثالية قطعاً هناك مشاكل كثيرة متراكمة، لنا أن نعيها ونعرفها حق المعرفة، فأن انتظار العراقيين لا يستطيع أن يدوم. نحن بحاجة إلى إصلاحات بنيوية، لا أريد أن أدخل في هذا الجانب. نحن بحاجة إلى مراجعة قضايا أساسية ضمن البيت العراقي وبأريحية، وضمن ما توافقنا عليه في بقضايا أساسية تخدم بلدنا. مهم جدا أن ننظر أيضا إلى دور العراق الإقليمي، العراق الذي كان مثاراً للمشاكل في المنطقة ومصدر إشكاليات لجوارنا، ونحن ساحة صراع وإشكاليات لجوارنا بحساب العراقيين وأرواحهم وأموالهم. آن الأوان أن يتحول العراق بحقيقة إلى مساحة توافق إقليمي وضامن لمنظومة إقليمية متكاملة اقتصادية سياسية أمنية. تحقق الكثير في هذا المجال، لكن ينتظرنا المزيد، وأملنا بقادة البلد والفعاليات الاجتماعية والسياسية أن يقوموا بذلك. لا أطيل عليكم، فأمامنا نقاشات كثيرة سنقف عليها. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you got a wind of what I have said. Welcome to Sulaimani, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have you all with us. We are meeting on the 20th anniversary of the war that got rid of Saddam Hussein. That was a historic achievement not to be underestimated. We salute those who struggled so hard in order to get rid of dictatorship. We salute and honor the sacrifices of the Iraqi people in this regard, and also of the international coalition and the Americans who have come and helped us do that. 20 years on, it's time for us to reflect in a serious way about what we have done and how we can improve. Hopefully this forum will be an opportunity to do this. I will conclude by welcoming you again, wishing you having a good time in Sulaimani, and wishing you 2 days of productive conversations in the forum. And now I'm honored to relate to you a special message that has been conveyed to the forum from the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. بشانازی و پیامێکی تایبەتی سکرتێری گشتینەتەوەیە گرتوەکانتان پێشکەشەکەین کە بۆ ئەم دیدارەی ناردووە. نتقدم إليكم برسالة خاصة من السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة الذي أرسله بمناسبة انعقاد هذا الملتقى. شكرا جزيلا.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to greet the Sulaimani Forum and thank you for advancing dialogue on the complex challenges facing Iraq and the broader Middle East region. We all recognize that these challenges did not arise overnight. They are the product of decades of oppression, war, terrorism, sectarianism, and foreign interference. And no one can expect these challenges to be resolved overnight, least of all at a time of escalating geopolitical tensions, economic uncertainty, and proliferating conflicts. But I've just come back from Iraq with the real sense that a window of opportunity has opened to achieve progress. Progress on improving public services, diversifying the economy, and creating decent work opportunities for young people. Progress in strengthening human rights, in the fight against corruption, and in the pursuit of domestic and regional stability through diplomacy and dialogue. And progress in building resilience to climate shocks and water scarcity that threaten lives and livelihoods. Mesopotamia is the ancient land between the rivers, It cannot become the modern land without rivers. In all of these and more, national unity, regional cooperation, and multilateral action are essential. The United Nations is proud to continue to support Iraq in tackling the challenges of today and tomorrow. Together, let us keep working towards sustainable, inclusive solutions for the benefit of all people across Iraq and the wider Middle East. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, it's my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Institute of Regional and International Studies to the Sulaimani Forum. IRIS is honored to plan and host the Sulaimani Forum in conjunction with other university departments. As the university's flagship research center, IRIS is committed to policy-relevant research that is deeply rooted in the Iraqi context, while also drawing connections across borders. IRIS firmly believes that policy analysis requires political and historical context. In that vein, our research looks at how some of the most complex challenges facing Iraq, from environmental degradation to protracted displacement to corruption, are shaped by political dynamics and the enduring legacies of war. A very quick word of thanks before I welcome the Prime Minister to the stage. I'm very lucky as director of the Institute to have such a wonderful group of AUIS and IRIS colleagues that have worked so diligently to make this forum possible, especially Mr. Shavan Najm, Ms. Zainab Hamid, Mr. Ranj Saraj, and Mr. Adnan Jafar. Thank you for your dedication. One administrative detail. So the Sulaimani Forum phone application contains everything you need to know about the program and all the panel sessions, including the speakers and times. And this also includes the policy roundtables that are on the wings of the forum. You can download the application through the QR code on the screen. The application will be very important during the panel sessions. Questions to the moderators can only be submitted through the Sulaimani Forum application. Moderators will not take questions from the floor. Also, please note that we do not have scheduled breaks during the plenary sessions. If you need to exit the session for any reason, please exit through the doors on the right side of the hall. Now, let me turn to the keynote speech with the Prime Minister, which will be followed by a one-on-one conversation with journalist Jane Araf. Without further ado, on behalf of the wider AUIS community, it is my pleasure to welcome the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq, His Excellency Mohammed Shia Al-Sudani.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات السادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البدء شكرا جزيلا للأخ العزيز السيد رئيس الجمهورية السابق الدكتور برهم صالح على هذه الدعوة، ولكل القائمين على هذا الملتقى أن أكون بينكم في هذا الصرح العلمي والمعرفي الكبير، وفرصة مهمة أن نجتمع بهذا العدد من مسؤولين وقادة وباحثين وأساتذة، وهو دليل بالتأكيد على حرية التعبير وممارسة الحياة الديمقراطية في العراق اليوم. السيدات والسادة، نحن اليوم أمام ما يقارب عن 5 أشهر من عمر هذه الحكومة التي جاءت بعد اتفاق سياسي وتبنت منهاج وزاري وأعدت برنامج حكومي تعهدنا خلاله على تقديم الخدمات لشعبنا وبناء اقتصاد قوي متماسك ونهضوي لهذا البلد، مما يعمم الرخاء والسعة لشعبنا في كل أصقاع البلاد. في هذا العمر القصير في عهود الحكومات تمكنا من تحقيق نسب كبيرة من البرنامج الوزاري، ومنذ يومين ولله الحمد تم إقرار مسودة مشروع قانون الموازنة لعام 2023، والتي ستترجم عملياً أهداف البرنامج الحكومي. ولأول مرة نجحنا وبخطوة علمية أن تكون الموازنة ل3 سنوات لنضمن الاستقرار المالي، مما يؤدي إلى استمرار تقديم الخدمات وتواصل تنفيذ المشاريع الكبرى بانسيابية وسهولة، بعيداً عن التأخير والأزمات السياسية. رغم أن طموحاتنا كبيرة في تحقيق المزيد من المشاريع الاستراتيجية لبناء بلدنا، ولكننا ننظر إلى هذه الموازنة بأنها واقعية تعالج المشاكل المتراكمة لما تحتويه في تفاصيلها من برامج مهمة منبثقة عن المنهاج الوزاري. لقد جاء الاتفاق على مشروع قانون الموازنة وسياساتها ليمثل خطوة جريئة تتفادى الإخفاقات السابقة وتعبر عن الثقة والوضوح في الرؤية المرسومة لأهدافنا المعلنة، وفي مقدمتها خدمة المواطن. الموازنة مفتاح مهم من بين المفاتيح التي تفتح أبواب الحل، وقد سبق وأن قدمنا حلولاً تستقر نقاط الحاجة والضرورات القصوى لشعبنا، التي إن لم نتصدى لها فلن تنفع كل الحلول المؤقتة الأخرى. وأعني هنا أولويات معالجة البطالة ومكافحة الفقر ومكافحة الفساد والشروع بالإصلاح الاقتصادي، وصولاً إلى تقديم الخدمات اللائقة والدائمة للمواطنين وفي كل مكان. وانطلاقاً من هذه الخطوات سيتحقق الاستقرار المالي والسياسي، وهو ما سيعبد الطريق أمام الاستثمار الأمثل والأفضل لثروة بلدنا الأولى، وإكمال تشريع قانون النفط والغاز والتفاهم مع حكومة إقليم كردستان العراق بهذا الصدد، لنغادر مصطلح المشاكل العالقة لتصبح نزراً من الماضي، ونستبدلها بعبارات مثل المشاريع المستدامة، الفرص الاقتصادية المشتركة، المصلحة الوطنية العليا من أجل رفاه حقيقي ومستدام وعادل لكل أبناء الشعب العراقي في كل قرية وكل قضاء ومدينة. السيدات والسادة، نحن بصدد مناسبة ذكراها حزينة على شعبنا، الذكرى المؤلمة لجريمة نكراء ارتكبها النظام الدكتاتوري ضد شعبنا الكردي المغدور في مدينة حلبشة. وصوتنا في مجلس الوزراء قبل يومين على مشروع تحويل هذه المدينة المضحية إلى محافظة بحد ذاتها، وهذه أقل ما يمكن أن نقدمه مقابل تضحياتهم الجسام. يوم أمس كانت لقاءاتنا في أربيل مثمرة، حيث التقيت مجموعة من رؤساء الأحزاب وممثلي المكونات، وتحاورنا بلا قيود، لأننا قولاً وفعلاً أبناء وطن واحد ومصير واحد. ولا يفوتني الثناء على الجهود المبذولة للتوفيق بين القيادات السياسية الكردستانية وحثها على توحيد الصف، ونحن داعمون لهذه الجهود، فالتفرق هو ضعف للإقليم، ونحن نؤمن بوضوح أن قوة الإقليم هي قوة وعزم لباقي أنحاء العراق، وإذا كان العراق كله قوي فالجزء المتمثل بإقليم كردستان العراق سيبقى قوياً عزيزاً أيضاً. العراق كل واحد غير قابل للتقسيم أو التجزئة، وقوة الدولة العراقية واستقرارها تنبع من الدستور ومن وحدة المكونات. أما النعرات المشوهة لوحدة العراق والتي ترى أن قوة جزء من أجزائه لن تتحقق إلا بإضعاف الحكومة الاتحادية أو بإضعاف المكونات الأخرى في البلاد. فهذا النهج كان مدخلاً للتنظيمات الإرهابية وتحديداً تنظيم داعش الإرهابي للانقضاض على قلب الدولة، مهدداً جميع المكونات من دون استثناء. الحضور الكريم، إننا نتطلع إلى شراكات اقتصادية عميقة ومستدامة تجمعنا بالشعوب الشقيقة والصديقة، ونتبادل الحرص على الأمن معهم، وبالتعاون الاقتصادي الفعال والمثمر الذي تلمسه الشعوب قبل الحكومات، يمكن فقط التأسيس لأمن مستدام ورفاه يمتد على بساط الصداقة. لن نقبل أبداً أن تكون أرض العراق منطلقاً لتهديد أمن الجوار. هذا هو دستورنا وما نص عليه، وهو يلزمنا بعدم التدخل في شؤون الآخرين ومراعاة حسن الجوار والتعامل بالمثل والتمسك بالالتزامات، مثلما لا نقبل بأن تمس كرامة أرضنا وسيادتنا انطلاقاً من الجوار أو من غير الجوار. ولهذا فقد أولت حكومتنا مبكراً أهمية خاصة لتدعيم قوات حرس الحدود، وزادت من جهود ضبطها ومنع التسلل والقضاء على أي قوة تسعى لزعزعة الاستقرار، سواء في إقليم كردستان أو في أي مكان آخر من أرض العراق. كما أن العراق لن يكون ممراً للاعتداء على الجوار، وعلى الجميع أن يحترموا سيادتنا كما نحن نحترم سيادتهم ونصون حدوده. إن تاريخ العراق وموقعه الجغرافي وإمكانياته وقدراته الاقتصادية وما يمتلكه من موارد بشرية وما يتصف به شعبنا من سمات، كلها مجتمعة تؤهله للعب دور محوري في منطقة الشرق الأوسط والعالم كي يصبح مرتكزاً إقليمياً. فالحضارة الإنسانية وضعت أسسها الأولى هنا، ومنحت العراق بذلك زخماً تاريخياً يجعله على دراية تامة بأهمية العلاقات بين الشعوب والأمم وفقاً لمعايير المصالح والتعاون، بعيداً عن العداء والتطاحن. ونحن نعمل الآن على استثمار جميع تلك المكونات الاقتصادية والتاريخية والجغرافية للحفاظ على سلامة ووحدة أراضينا وخدمة شعبنا وتقوية روابطنا وشراكاتنا الإقليمية والدولية. السيدات والسادة المحترمون، إن هذا الأسبوع كان حافلاً بالنجاحات وبتسليط الضوء على قضية إنسانية تربط العراق بمحيطه الإقليمي والدولي عبر عقدنا مؤتمر المناخ في البصرة، لنتعرف عن كثب على خطورة التغيرات المناخية وتأثيراتها السلبية على بلادنا. وتعمل حكومتنا على العديد من الخطوات العملية لمعالجة الآثار السلبية على المجتمع والدولة. لقد سعينا ضمن برنامجنا الحكومي لمنح الأولوية لمواجهة آثار التغيرات المناخية عبر عدد من المشاريع التي تسهم في تقليل الانبعاثات، منها إنشاء محطات الطاقة المتجددة وتأهيل مواقع الطمر الصحي المغلقة ومشاريع مكافحة التصحر وتقنيات الري المقننة للمياه ومعالجات المياه الثقيلة. ووقعنا مؤخراً عقود جولة التراخيص الخامسة للاستثمار الغاز المصاحب ووقف حرقه لخفض الانبعاثات الكربونية بنسب كبيرة، وسنمضي في تطوير المشاريع التي تحول الغاز المصاحب إلى مصدر مهم للطاقة الكهربائية. ولم نتوقف عند حصر المشكلة وتحديدها، بل أطلقنا مبادرة كبرى للتشجير تشمل زراعة 5 ملايين شجرة ونخلة في عموم محافظات العراق، يرافقها إطلاق دليل وطني للتشجير الحضري ولأول مرة في العراق. وأخيراً، يجب أن لا ننسى أن العراق قد حارب نيابة عن العالم أجمع الجماعات التكفيرية الأكثر شراسة في التاريخ، ولولا هذا البلد العظيم والغني بأهله وصلابته وإصراره على محاربة جماعات الإرهاب لعاثت في الأرض شراً وفساداً، ولاستمرت بأعمالها ومخططاتها الإجرامية في باقي بقاع المعمورة من أقصى الشرق إلى أقصى الغرب. عراقنا يرى أن العالم يمكنه أن يتعلم الدروس الكثيرة والغزيرة من معركة الشعب العراقي بمختلف أعراقه وأديانه في حربه ضد الإرهاب، وأن يتعلم الدرس الأسمى المتمثل بالوحدة والتعاون والجدية والإصرار، وأنها ستكون المصد الأقوى في وجه الإرهاب. سيبقى العراق قوياً بتماسك كل مكوناته وشعبه، فالعراق هو بلد المكونات والتعدديات والثقافات والديانات المختلفة تجتمع تحت ظل بيتنا الكبير العراق الذي ليس لنا غيره. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's so wonderful to be back here at the Sulaimani Forum, which I've always thought of since it started a decade ago as the home to some of the most interesting conversations in the Middle East. And that's why it's such an honor and a great pleasure to speak to Prime Minister Sudani. Mr. Prime Minister, you mentioned in your address some of the many developments that have taken place in the short time you've been in office. The multi-year budget approved by Cabinet, the climate change initiative, regional initiatives, and those ongoing challenges in bringing armed groups under the rule of law and warding off threats from Iraq's neighbors. So I'd like to ask you about some of those, but first I wanted to ask you a question that acknowledges that we are getting close to the anniversary of the US-led invasion of Iraq and the end of Saddam Hussein's Iraq. And I think one of the very interesting things about you is that unlike most other politicians, senior leaders in Iraq, you never left, you stayed. You stayed during that very devastating period of sanctions under Saddam, during the uprisings, and I'm wondering how that has affected, if it has, your approach to governing Iraq, or even how you view the country.
شكرا جزيلا لكم على إدارة هذا اللقاء. بالتأكيد نستذكر المآسي والجرائم والحروب العبثية والحصارات والفقر الذي استشرى بشكل واضح صور مؤلمة طيلة الحقب الزمنية لفترة النظام الدكتاتوري. هذا ينعكس على رؤيتنا لعراق المستقبل، والذي نرى أنه يجب أن يكون عراق مستقر مسالم بعيداً عن الحروب والتدخلات الخارجية، بنفس الوقت بعيداً عن الصراعات. لا نقبل للعراق أن يكون ساحة لتصفية الحسابات. نريد أن نعمل أن يكون العراق ساحة لالتقاء الفرقاء والشراكات الاقتصادية، وهذا ما نعمل وتعمل عليه الحكومة، ولدينا من المقومات التي نعتقد بأنها كفيلة أن تؤسس للعراق أن يكون مرتكزاً للتعاون للشراكات الاقتصادية مع الدول الإقليمية والعالم. بالتأكيد أنا شخصياً ممن عايش فترة النظام السابق وتعرض للظلم حال كثير من العراقيين. هذا دافع لي على المستوى الإنساني والأخلاقي أن لا يتكرر الظلم مع أي عراقي في كل مكان في أرجاء العراق.
Thank you. You know, it's often said that the United States and its allies invaded a country that they didn't understand. I'm wondering, is there something, what would it be, that you would like the West to understand better about Iraq now? And also, is Iraq fundamentally the same country as it was in 2003? And are Iraqis the same as they were?
الولايات المتحدة ساعدت العراق في عملية التغيير، وانتهينا إلى اتفاقية إطار استراتيجي. العراق ينظر للولايات المتحدة أنها شريك استراتيجي، ومن مصلحة العراق أن يقيم علاقة على كافة الأصعدة، وأن نفعل اتفاقية الإطار الاستراتيجي بمجالاتها الأمنية والسياسية والاقتصادية والتكنولوجية، وهذا ما نعمل عليه. ما نريده من الغرب عموما أن يتفهم الوضع العراقي. نحن هنا نتكلم عن بلد لديه إرث حضاري، لديه اعتزاز بنفسه، يمثل مكونات وأطياف وأديان، يرتبط بمصالح مع دول المنطقة. هذه النظرة التي يجب أن تكون حاضرة في تفكير الغرب تجاه العراق. لا يمكن أن يصطف العراق في محور ضد الآخر، وإنما قدر العراق أن يكون ساحة للتلاقي، وهو مؤهل لهذا الدور. وأعتقد أن قوة واستقرار العراق هي قوة واستقرار للمنطقة والعالم، وهذه هي النقطة المشتركة التي نجتمع فيها مع الأصدقاء في الغرب.
Thank you. You know, the new generation of young Iraqis, including students at this university, they've grown up without the memory of Saddam Hussein, and many of them have also grown up without a sense of stability or security or hope in the future. What is it that you can promise to the young generation that you can do for them? And what reason would you give them not to leave Iraq?
واحدة من التحديات التي تواجه الحكومة وتواجه الدولة العراقية هو أننا أمام مجتمع فتي يمثل الشباب النسبة الأكبر، وهذه الشريحة المهمة إذا استثمرت بالشكل الصحيح قطعاً سوف تكون عامل قوة للدولة واستقرارها وازدهارها. كحكومة نعمل على عدة جوانب، لكن الجانب المهم هو في كيفية إيجاد فرص عمل للشباب. في ظل الظروف المالية الحالية ليس من المستطاع أن نغطي هذه الحاجة من فرص العمل من خلال التوظيف الحكومي، لذلك نعمل مع الشباب في برامج عدة، ولعل من أهمها برنامج ريادة الذي أطلقناه مؤخراً، وهو بفلسفة جديدة تذهب إلى طلاب الإعداديات والمعاهد والكليات من خلال تأهيلهم في تأسيس مشاريع خاصة تحظى بتمويل ورعاية مستمرة لتأسيس شركات صغيرة تتطور بالمستقبل إلى متوسطة وإلى كبيرة. هذا من المشاريع الواعدة التي سوف تستقطب جزء كبير من الشباب العراقي المثابر الذي يستحق منا هذه العناية وهذا الاهتمام.
So it seems that private sector initiative is really intertwined, I would think, with the issues of corruption and bureaucracy. What do you think you will be able to do on those two issues so that you can encourage a proper private sector?
أنا أطلقت على الفساد بالجائحة، ومطلوب مني أن أجد اللقاح لمواجهة هذه الجائحة. الفساد تهديد خطير للدولة العراقية، يهدد كل الخطط والبرامج والسياسات التي ننوي تنفيذها. بدون الوقوف أمام هذه الظاهرة والحد منها بإجراءات مهنية قانونية سليمة لن يكتب لهذه الخطط ولن يكون الطريق سالكا أمام القطاع الخاص الذي نعول عليه. بدون القطاع الخاص لا نستطيع أن نلبي حاجات المجتمع أو نستوعب هذا الكم الهائل من المطالب والخدمات. الفساد بمعالجاتنا الحالية نستهدف استرداد الأموال من الفاسدين الذين تجاوزوا على المال العام بحكم وجودهم في مواقع رسمية أو غير رسمية واحتالوا على الدولة. هذا تحدي وهذا التزام أمام حكومتي أمام الشعب. قطعنا خطوات مهمة وأسسنا لهذا المفهوم في مكافحة هذا الظاهرة. أما مسألة القطاع الخاص بعد مكافحة الفساد يجب أن نكون على استعداد لتهيئة البيئة السليمة الجاذبة للقطاع الخاص، بعيداً عن الروتين، عن التعقيدات، عن آليات العمل المعطلة التي يشكو منها كل القطاع الخاص. أنا أولي اهتمام لهذا الأمر، أتدخل على مستوى المشروع والمستثمر في هذا الموقع أو ذاك لإيمان المطلق بأهمية هذا القطاع الذي سوف يكون أفضل سند للحكومة في معالجة الأزمات.
Thank you. One of the biggest worries that Iraqis mention most is the power of Iran-influenced armed groups that don't follow the rule of law. Can you tell us what do you think you will realistically be able to do to rein them in? And what do you think are the limits of what you can do?
هذه واحدة من القضايا الحساسة والتي تواجه مهمتنا في بناء الدولة وسلطة القانون، وقد خضعت لنقاش مع كل الأطراف السياسية والتي لديها أجنحة مسلحة، وخرجنا باتفاق، وأنا ذكرته قبل أن أكلف رسمياً بأن سلطة الدولة إنفاذ القانون المؤسسات الأمنية خيار لا بديل عنه، ونذهب لمعالجة كل المشاكل والمخاوف والقضايا أو المتبنيات التي لدى البعض في مسألة سيادة البلد وفق الأطر الدستورية والقانونية، وخصوصاً ما يتعلق بتواجد القوات الأجنبية التي هي عادة ما تكون سبب لبعض الجهات المسلحة أن تستخدم العنف. خرجنا باتفاق أن هذه الحكومة هي المعنية بإيجاد هذه التفاهم مع المجتمع الدولي لشكل العلاقة المستقبلية، خصوصاً في علاقتنا الأمنية مع قوى التحالف الدولي. الحكومة بأجهزتها المعنية وبشكل مهني هي من تقرر هذه الحاجة والوقت والمجالات لهذا التعاون، وهذا باتفاق سياسي قبل تشكيل الحكومة، ولحد الآن الكل حريص على تنفيذه.
That's very interesting because the Iran-influenced groups have traditionally, some of them, seen the presence of U.S. forces here as an existential threat, a threat to their existence. Do you believe now that, you seem to be saying, but do you believe that there is more acceptance among those groups of the continued need for non-combat American and other foreign forces?
نعم. هناك مبالغة في الحديث عن التدخل الإيراني في الشأن العراقي، وبعض الأحيان يصور أن الدولة العراقية غائبة ليس فيها من المؤسسات أو رجالات الدولة أو الوطنيين الحريصين على استقلالية القرار الوطني. بنفس الوقت لا نجد من الجانب الإيراني تدخل أو وصاية أو فرض لقرار أو توجه. كل ما هنالك لوصف طبيعي لطبيعة هذه العلاقة، إيران دولة جارة، ولدينا من المشتركات السياسية والدينية والثقافية والاجتماعية التاريخية من مصلحتنا أن تكون العلاقة متميزة بحكم طبيعة العملية السياسية. قبل 2003 وبعد 2003 هناك علاقة إيجابية مع كافة القوى السياسية ومن كل المكونات، كما هي العلاقة سياسية متميزة مع كثير من دول المنطقة، وهذا عامل إيجابي. أما أن يكون التدخل بالطريقة التي تؤثر على أمن الدولة والتحكم بمؤسساته فهذا بالتأكيد غير موجود، وهو أصلاً غير مقبول. الكل حريص، كل العناوين مهما تباينت التسميات للمجاميع للفصائل للجهات السياسية، الكل حريص على استقلالية القرار الوطني العراقي.
So one of the challenges you're facing is balancing the demands of those pro-Iranian groups, which helped bring you to power, while improving relations with Sunni Arab states, particularly in the Gulf. Do you have any reason to believe that the recent agreement between Iran and Saudi Arabia, which Iraq apparently played a part in, will that change the dynamic in the region?
إذا أمكن تعيدين السؤال، لأن أنا سمعت موازنة مجاميع مسلحة السعودية وإيران. ممكن تفكك لي هذا؟
Yep. I guess let me try to make the question more simple. There's a recent agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Apparently, Iraq played a role. You're in one of the most complicated positions, right? You've been brought to power with the help of pro-Iran groups, but you also have to balance that you want to improve relations with these Sunni Arab countries. Do you believe this agreement between Iran and Saudi Arabia, will that help?
أعتقد قد أجبت عن طبيعة العلاقة بين العراق وإيران. قضية الاتفاق الأخير بين السعودية وإيران بالتأكيد هذا مرحب به وأعلنا بشكل رسمي، والعراق بحكوماتهم منذ حكومة السيد عادل عبد المهدي وحكومة السيد الكاظمي وحكومتنا استمرنا بمنهج تقريب وجهات النظر بين البلدين وإزالة كل المخاوف وبؤر الاختلاف وعدم التفاهم. دولتين مهمتين في المنطقة، علاقات طيبة قطعاً تنعكس بشكل إيجابي على استقرار المنطقة، تصب بخدمة توجهنا لخلق هذه الشراكات الاقتصادية. موقع العراق الجغرافي مع دول المنطقة ما موجود من ثروات، من مزايا، من فرص ممكن أن يؤهل لنوع من التكامل الاقتصادي في المنطقة ينعكس على استقرارها وازدهارها.
Okay, wonderful. I think we have time for just two very quick questions. One of them is, you repeatedly mentioned in your remarks the diversity of Iraq and also Iraqi minorities. There have been recent developments that have some of the minorities feeling threatened and feeling like this is becoming a more religiously conservative country and that perhaps there's no room for those minorities. How do you feel about that fear?
وجود الأقليات والمكونات الكريمة في العراق ضمن هذا التنوع بتقديري هو عامل قوة، وهم جزء أصيل من المجتمع، لهم إسهامات في بناء الدولة العراقية، وللأسف تعرضوا لأبشع الانتهاكات من قبل داعش الإرهابية. كلنا يستذكر ما حصل في سنجار وضد الأيزيديين والمسيحيين والتركمان والشبك من اضطهاد من هذه المجاميع الإرهابية، ونجد من الالتزام الشرعي والوطني والأخلاقي أن ننصف هذه المكونات بالرعاية والاهتمام. في حكومتنا تبنينا إنشاء صندوق لدعم المناطق في سنجار وكذلك في سهل نينوى، وخصصنا مبلغ 50 مليار دينار. بالتأكيد المهمة الأكبر المحافظة على حقوق هذه المكونات وعدم المساس بها وفق مبدأ الديمقراطية، وهو مبدأ دستوري أقر والتزم به كل أبناء الشعب العراقي، وسوف تمارس الحكومة واجباتها بالحفاظ على هذه الحقوق وضمان تمكين هذه الأقليات من ممارسة حقوقها.
And just one final question on, let's ask you about climate change. You've unveiled a program about climate change that you touched on briefly in your presentation, and you've said in the past that one of the risks of climate change is not just displacement, food security, it has security implications. What is at stake here? What happens if climate change is not addressed properly, particularly in terms of security?
بدءا الحديث عن تهديد المناخ والتغييرات المناخية في العراق ليس حديث ترفي أو كمالي. فعلا هناك تهديد وجودي، كون مجموعة مشاكل تزامنت في وقت واحد. اليوم لدينا شحة في المياه في نهري دجلة والفرات، لدينا زيادة في نسبة التصحر، لدينا مشاكل في معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي، لدينا مساحات للأسف بدأت تقل بشكل كبير، مساحات الخضراء، والمشكلة الأهم هذا الغاز المصاحب لإنتاج النفط والذي يحرق ويسبب الكثير من الانبعاثات انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة التي تؤثر على ظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري. أمام هذه المشاكل والتحديات الخطيرة لابد أن يكون هناك برامج وعمل حثيث من قبل الدولة. بالتأكيد المجتمع الدولي مطالب بمؤسساته منظماته أن يناصر ويساعد العراق في جهوده لمواجهة ومعالجة هذه التحديات. في الأسبوع الماضي كان لدينا مؤتمر هو الأول في البصرة، ضم مجموعة من المختصين والباحثين والسفراء بعثة الأمم المتحدة في بغداد، ومن المؤمل أن نعقد في نفس هذا العام مؤتمر دولي يضم الدول الإقليمية لمواجهة هذه الظاهرة.
Wonderful. Prime Minister Sudani, thank you so much for speaking with us. It's been wonderful having you. Thank you, everyone.
Yes. Amodaboni Barres. Yes, exactly. Waiting. Barres, جنابي سروك وزيران عراق. Barres, جنابي سروكي دسحلاتی دادوری عراق. بیانی تان باش. بخیر هاتن تان دکم سپاسی برای برزم دکتر برهم صالحو سروکایتی زانکوی امریکا لعراق سلەیمانی دەکەم بۆ درێژەدان بە بەستنی دیداری ساڵانەی سلەیمانی لە یادی تاوانی کیمیابارانی حەلەبجەدا سەری ڕێز لە بەردەمگیانی پاکی شەهیدانی هەڵەبجەدا دەنوێنین هەمومان قەرزداری قوربانیانی خەڵکی هەڵەبجەین ساڵانێک بوو کارێکی زۆرمان کرد بۆ کردنی هەڵەبجە بە پارێزگا بۆ ئەوەی قەرەبوو بکرێتەوە و خزمەتی خەڵکەکەی بکرێت بە ناوی خەڵکی هەڵەبجە و تەواوی هەرێمی کوردستانەوە سوپاسێکی تایبەتی برای بەڕێزم محەممەد شیاع سوودانی سەرۆک وەزیرانی فدرالی عێراق دەکەم کە زۆر دڵسۆزانە کاری کرد بۆ تەواوکردنی ڕێکارەکان هەروەها سوپاسی هەموو ئەوانەی پێشتریش لە هەرێمی کوردستان و عێراق دەکەم کە کاریان کردووە بۆ ئەوەی هەڵەبجە ببێتە پارێزگای 19هەمی عێراق داوا لە حکوومەتی فدرال دەکەم بودجەیەکی تایبەتی تەرخان بکەن بۆ ئاوادانکردنەوەی هەڵەبجە و قەرەبووکردنەوەی کەسوکاری قوربانیان و برینداران هەوڵەکانی حکوومەتی فدرالی و بەڕێز سەرۆک وەزیرانی عێراق بۆ بایاخدان بە هەڵەبجە و قەرەبووکردنەوەی زیان لێکەوتوانی هەنگاوێکی دەستوری و پاڵپشتکراوە بە بڕیارەکانی دادگا بەرامبەر بە تاوانی ڕژێمی پێشووی عێراق ئەوە کارێکی تەواو دەستوری و یاساییە کە بۆ خەڵکی هەڵەبجە بکرێت بەڕێزان ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز ئێمە لە هەرێمی کوردستان بە تەواوی پشتیوانی لە حکوومەت و هەنگاوەکانی بەڕێز سەرۆک وەزیرانی فدرالی عێراق دەکەین لەو کاتەیەوە کە دەستی بەکار کردووە لەسەر بنەمای ڕێککەوتنی هاوپەیمانی بەڕێوەبردننی دەوڵەت بۆ پێکهێنانی حکوومەت وەک نەقشە ڕێگایەک هەوڵی داوە دۆخی ئارامی سیاسی لە عێراق دروست بکات هەروەها بایەخی بە هەموو ناوچە و پێکهاتەکانی عێراق داوە و ڕێککەوتن و هیوادارین ئەو ڕێککەوتن و یاسایانەش جێبەجێ بکات ئەو ڕێککەوتنەی لە چوارچێوەی پرۆژەی یاسای بودجەدا کرا بۆ هەموو عێراق و بە هەرێمی کوردستانیشەوە کارێکی زۆر باش و جێگەی دەستخۆشیە بۆ حکوومەتی فدرالی عێراق و حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان چاوەڕێین ئەو ئاراستەیە بەردەوام بێت و یاسای نەوت و غازیش بە هەمان گیانی هاوکاری هەردوولا دەربچێت ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز 20 ساڵ بەسەر پرۆسەی ئازادی عێراق تێپەڕی و ئەم دیدارە دەرفەتێکی باشە بۆ هەڵسەنگاندنێکی گرنگ کە سوودی هەبێ بۆ داهاتوو بەڵام زۆر گرنگە هەڵسەنگاندن دوور بێت لە تۆمەتبارکردنی یەکتر لەسەر شکستەکان چونکە ئەمە شێوازێکی بەسوود نییە و هەمومان لە شکستەکاندا بەشدارین هەمووشمان پێکەوە لە سەرکەوتنەکاندا بەشدارین زۆر بن ئەو سەرکەوتن و شکستانە یاخۆت کەم بن 20 ساڵی ڕابردوو وێڕای هەموو کەم و کوڕیەکان جیاواز بوو لە سەردەمی دیکتاتۆری لایەنی کەم خەڵکی عێراق ئازادی بەکارهێنا بۆ نیشاننانەوەی زیندویەتی خۆی لە ناوچەکە قۆناغی ئۆپۆزیسیۆنی عێراقی هەر لە کۆنگرەی لەندەن و سەلاحەددینەوە تاک و دامەزراندنی ئەنجومەنی حوکم و نووسینەوەی دەستور سەرکەوتوو بوو بەڵام دوای ئەوە لادان و هەوڵەکان وردە وردە دەستیان پێکرد و بوونە تەنگەژەی گەورە ئەوەش بەهۆی نەمانی گفتوگۆی بنیادنەری لایەنەکان و جێبەجێ نەکردنی دەستوری عێراقی ئامانجی عێراقیەکان لە دروستکردنی عێراقێکی دیموکراتی فرەیی مەدەنی و سەقامگیر تووشی شکستێکی گەورە بوو. لەبەر ئەوە بەشداری خەڵک لە پرۆسەی دیموکراسیدا زۆر کەم بووەوە. ئەمەش کاریگەریەکی زۆر مەترسیداری هەیە بۆ سەر داهاتووی پرۆسەی دیموکراسی بە تایبەتی کە عێراق لە ڕابردوودا ملیۆنان کەس و ملیاردها دۆلاری بەهۆی دیکتاتۆرەوە لە دەستدا و دەیان ساڵی تەمەنی نەوەکانی خستە ناو تند و توژی و جەنگەوە. کۆمەڵگەی مەدەنی و مافە مەدەنیەکانی خەڵک و ژنان بە تایبەتی زیانێکی گەورەیان لێدرا. ئەمە جارێکی دیکە ڕێگرێکی گەورەی دروست کرد لە بەردەم پێشکەوتنی کۆمەڵایەتی و ژیانێکی سەردەمیانە لە عێراق. ئەمە زیانێکی زۆری بە توانای دەستپێشخەری و داهێنانی عێراقیەکان کرد. دڵنیاتان دەکەمەوە ئەگەر مافە مەدەنیەکان بە شێوەیەکی چاوەڕوانکراو وەک ئەوەی لە دەستوردا هەیە بۆ خەڵکی عێراق دەستەبەر کرابە، ئێستا کۆمەڵگایەکی زۆر داهێنەرمان دەبوو، کۆمەڵگایەکی کامەرانمان لە عێراق دەبینی. زۆربوونی ناوەندی بڕیار، بەکارهێنانی چەکی دەوڵەت لە ناکۆکی سیاسی ناوخۆ، شکاندنی باوەری پێکهاتەکانی عێراق لە یەکسانی و بەشداری و هاوبەشی لە بڕیار و بەڕێوەبردنی وڵاتدا زیانێکی یەکجار زۆری بە پرۆسەی سیاسی و دامەزراوەکانی عێراق گەیاندووە. ئەوانەی دەستوریان نووسیوە سەر بە باوەڕ و نەتەوە و پێکهاتە جیاوازەکانی عێراق بوون. تەواوی داوای هەمووان لە دەستوردا نەنووسراوە و نەچەسپێنراوە، بەڵام هەموویان لەو باوەڕەدا بوون دەستورێکی باشیان نووسیوە کە دەتوانێت عێراق بکات بە وڵاتێکی هەمووان و بیکاتە عێراقێکی فدرالی و دیموکراسی و پێشکەوتوو. بەداخەوە دەستور جێبەجێ نەکرا. ساڵی 2017 لە هەرێمی کوردستان لیژنەیەکی پسپۆر 57 مادەی دەستوری پەیوەست بە سیستەمی فدرالی و مافەکانی هەرێمی کوردستانی دەست نیشان کرد کە هەتا ئێستاش جێبەجێ نەکراون. بەو هۆیەوە خەڵکی کوردستان حەست ناکەن سیستەمی فدرالی عێراق جێبەجێ کرابێت. ئەگەر فدرالی بە پێی دەستور جێبەجێ بکرابە، خەڵکی هەرێمی کوردستان و هەموو عێراق ئێستا هەستیان بە یەکسانی و هاوبەشیەکی ڕاستەقینە دەکرد. زۆر کەس هەرێمی کوردستان بە جێبەجێ نەکردنی دەستور تۆمەتبار دەکەن. دوای 20 ساڵ ناڵێن ئێمە لە هەرێمی کوردستان بێهەڵە بووین. هەموومان لە عێراق هەڵەمان کردووە، بەڵام دەبێ سوود لە هەڵەکانی ڕابردوو وەربگرین. سەرۆک مەسعود بارزانی و خوا لێ خۆشبوو سەرۆک مامجەلال تاڵەبانی زۆر هەوڵیاندا بۆ جێبەجێکردنی دەستور. سەرۆک بارزانی چەندین جار خوشداری دا کە دەستور وەلانراوە و ئەمە عێراق تێک دەدات. سەرکردایەتی هەرێمی کوردستان هەستیان بە پرپرسیارەتێکی زۆر دەکرد بۆ جێبەجێکردنی دەستور وەک وەفاداریەک بۆ هەموو پێکهاتەکانی عێراق. ئێستاش ئامادەی هەموو شتێکین بۆ ڕاستکردنەوەی دەستور. دوای 20 ساڵ دەبێ هەموومان بە بەرپرسیارەتی هاوبەش هەڵبگرین و چارەسەرێکی مامناوەندی وا بدۆزینەوە کە هەموو لەم وڵاتەدا خۆیان بە سەرکەوتوو بزانن لە پرۆسەی سیاسیدا. بەڕێزان، گۆڕانی کەش و هەوا تا ساڵی 2050 دەبێتە هۆی ملیارێک و 200 ملیۆن کەس ناچار بن لە شوێنەکانیان کۆچ بکەن. بەداخەوە بە پێی لێکۆڵینەوەی بانکی جیهانی و نەتەوە یەکگرتووەکان، عێراق یەک لەو 5 وڵاتەیە کە زۆرترین کاریگەری لەسەر دەبێت. ئەمە بابەتێکی زۆر جددی و ژیاریە. دەبێ گفتگۆی نێوانمان زۆر بکات بۆ دویزینەوەی چارەسەر دەبێت گفتوگۆی زۆر لەگەڵ وڵاتانی ناوچەکە بکەین بە تایبەتی تورکیا و ئێران بۆ کەمکردنەوەی زیانەکانی ئەم گۆڕانە و کەم ئاوی لەسەر عێراق کۆنفرانسی هەفتەی ڕابردوو لە بەسڕە و پشتگیری نەتەوە یەکگرتوەکان و وڵاتانی دۆست لە بەرنامە و هەنگاوەکانی عێراق مایەی خۆشحاڵیە مەترسیەکی دیکە لە عێراق پشتبەستنە بە نەوت وەکو سەرچاوەی سەرەکی داهات بەهۆی گۆڕانی گەش و هەواوە هەوڵە خێراکانی گۆڕینی سەرچاوەکانی وزە و شێوەی ژیان لە جیهان ژیانی خەڵکی عێراق لە داهاتوودا دەکەوێتە ژێر مەترسیەکی یەکجار گەورەوە بە تایبەتیش کە ژمارەی دانیشتوانی زۆر گەورە دەبێت و زیادبوونی بەشی بەکارخستن لە بودجەدا ئەرکی حکوومەتی فدرالی زۆر قورس کردووە عێراق پێویستی بە پلانێکی ئستراتیجی و پرۆژەی زۆر و جیاوازە دەبێ پارەیەکی زۆر لە پرۆژەی ئستراتیجی خەرج بکات بۆ ئەوەی وڵاتەکە بە سەلامەتی بۆ ژیان بمێنێتەوە بەڵام خەرجکردنی داهات لە موچە کە ئەویش بەشە هەرە زۆری بۆ کڕینی پێداویستیەکان دەچێتە دەرەوە وا دەکات مەترسیەکان زیاتر بێت ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز عێراق خاوەن دەوڵەمەندیەکی گەورەی مرۆیی و سروشتیە دەکرێت بە باشترین شێوە بقۆزرێتەوە تا ببێتە یەکێک لە وڵاتە پێشکەوتوەکان و شوێنی و پێگەی شایستەی خۆی لە ناوچەکە و لە جیهانیش وەربگرێت ببێتە یاریکەرێکی دیار کە ڕۆڵی کاریگەر لە چەسپاندنی ئارامی و سەقامگیری و ئاشتیدا بگێڕێت و ببێتە ناوەندی بەرچاوی ناوچەکە بۆ عێراقێکی ئاوها کە دەمانەوێ دەبێ عێراقیەکان بە هەموو پێکهاتەکانەوە پێکەوە کار بکەن بەرپرسیارەتی هاوبەش هەڵبگرن ئامانج و ئەجێندایەکی کۆکەرەوەی نیشتیمانی عێراقی کە بەرژەوەندی باڵای وڵات بپارێزێ هەمومان کۆبکاتەوە هەموو پێکهاتەکان لە هەر نەتەوە و ئاین و مەزهەبێک بن دەبێ هەست بکەن عێراق وڵاتی خۆیانە دەبێ هەمومان پێکەوە کار بکەین بۆ ئەوەی لە عێراق ئەجێندای عێراق سەرکەوێت ئێرادە و بڕیار و سەروەری عێراق و عێراقیەکان پارێزراو بێت لە دۆخی ئێستای سیاسی و ئەمنی و ئابووری ناوچەکەدا و جیهاندا عێراق بە هەرێمی کوردستانیشەوە لەگەڵ تەحەدی و دەرفەتی گەورەدا ڕوبەڕووە ئێستا کاتی گفتوگۆیەکی ڕاشکاوانە و ئازایانەیە کاتی ئەوەیە لە عێراق پێکەوە هەمومان بەڕوانگەیەکی هاوبەشەوە سەیری داهاتووی ئەم وڵاتە بکەین بە پێکەوە کارکردن و تەبایی و یەکڕیزی بە هاوکاری و بەرپرسیارەتی هاوبەش دەتوانین هەموو سەختی و تەحەدیەکان تێپەڕێنین دەرفەتەکانیش بۆ ئێستا و بنیادنانی داهاتوویەکی باشتر وڵاتێکی بەهێز و پێشکەوتوو بقۆزینەوە لە هەرێمی کوردستانیش دەبێ بەگیانی یەکڕیزی و تەبایی و پێکەوەیی کێشە و ناکۆکیەکان چارەسەر بکەین لەم بارەیەوە هەوڵ و هەنگاوەکانی لایەنە سیاسیەکان بۆ نەهێشتنی تەگەرەکانی بەردەم هەڵبژاردن دڵخۆشکەرن ئێمە لە سەرۆکایەتی هەرێمی کوردستان لە کار و هەوڵەکانمان بەردەوام دەبین بۆ تێپەڕاندنی کێشە و ناکۆکیەکان پێکەوە کار دەکەین بۆ ئەوەی وادەی هەڵبژاردن دیاری بکەین و پرۆسەکە لە کاتی خۆیدا بەڕێوە بچێت جارێکی تر لە سلێمانیەوە بە خێرهاتنی هەموو لایەکتان دەکەم و زۆر سوپاس
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, or afternoon perhaps already. Now, participating in this forum 4 years ago, in March 2019, I kicked off by saying that I would speak candidly and in a thought-provoking way, so that we could attempt to honestly and constructively address some of the deep-rooted problems in Iraqi processes and institutions. If you allow me, I will do so again today. Now, at the time, I said that only by focusing on the systemic concerns would it be possible to revive public trust. I warned that simmering anger boils over easily, and that failure to act would inevitably lead to a new cycle of violence. Now, what happened after, and where are things today? Of course, all of us will recall the mass demonstrations in October of that same year. Many Iraqis from all walks of life took to the streets, protesting a lack of economic, social, and political prospects, tired of corruption and partisan interests, after 16 years simply done with undelivered promises. What they were asking for, a country capable of reaching its full potential for the benefit of all Iraqis. The rest is history. The heavy loss of life, as well as the many injuries, combined with a lack of accountability and the hijacking of peaceful protests by all manner of power dynamics, resulted in the rapid extension of an already huge crisis of confidence. Long story short, these events, as we all know, led to the Prime Minister's resignation, the confirmation of a new government, and importantly, the holding of early parliamentary elections 2 years later in October 2021. And while these elections were widely recognized as transparent and credible, which is no small feat for a young democracy, soon after, Iraq found itself in an extremely volatile and politically charged post-electoral environment. Calls for parties to overcome their differences went unheeded, and with tensions on the rise for months, one did not need a crystal ball to see where this would lead to. A situation that resulted in armed clashes in the heart of the capital and elsewhere. But at last, in October 2022, after more than a year of discord and power play, the Council of Representatives confirmed Iraq's new government under the leadership of Prime Minister Mohammed Shia Al-Sudani. It was about time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, looking back at my quarterly briefings to the UN Security Council over the past 4 years, it is undoubtedly clear. Political, security, economic, environmental, and institutional challenges have by and large remained consistent. Now, what does that mean? It means that many of the aspirations and demands that came to the fore in October 2019, they are still alive. It means that band-aid solutions do not work. It also means that political inaction must be put behind us. It moreover means that the patience and resilience of Iraqis will continue to be tested. Why? Because no one can expect the new government, this government, to accomplish miracles overnight, dealing with both the enormous legacy of Iraq's past and the many challenges of the present. It will take time. Certainly, Iraq has overcome some of the key short-term impediments it was facing immediately after the removal of Saddam Hussein. But since then, the country has grappled with a plethora of destabilizing events and trends, both domestic and external. From deadly sectarian violence, the fight against Daesh, armed groups operating outside state control, various external power competitions, to COVID-19, significant environmental challenges, and the adverse effects of climate change, to name but a few. Now, these events of the past 20 years did not only compound existing fragilities inherited from the previous decades, they also exposed new weaknesses. In other words, while Iraq throughout its history has navigated some very dark and difficult times, drivers of instability in the country's more recent past remain to a large extent the same, resulting in a pattern of recurring crises. And these include, inter alia, systemic corruption, weak governance, poor service delivery, unemployment, and an over-reliance on oil, all of which in turn impact the everyday Iraqi citizen, feed into the public grievances, and exacerbate tensions within and between communities. Now, that said, we also know that out of any crisis, new opportunities can emerge. And let me emphasize this before anyone gets the impression that Iraq is a lost cause. It is not. Iraq has immense potential. And painting a crescendo of doom is not my objective here, not at all. So let me underline once more. The recent confirmation of Iraq's new government under the leadership of Prime Minister Mohammed Shia Al-Sudani, it provides a crucial window of opportunity, an opportunity to steer the country back onto the course of stability. In my most recent briefing to the UN Security Council in early February, I mentioned that Iraq's government had shown its resolve to tackle a number of pressing issues. Yet it is, of course, still early days, and I can therefore only again emphasize that any government needs time to get things done. Also, for any government to achieve meaningful progress, broad support, be it from within or outside the coalition, is a prerequisite. It is quite simple. The kind of in-depth change that is needed now requires relentless commitment from a wide range of actors. And absolutely, it also requires placing the national interest above all else. Now, in turn, the Iraqi people need to see that slowly but surely, progress is being achieved for all Iraqis, and that includes women, minorities, and young people. They need to see that inclusivity and equality are not mere words and speeches, but are dealt with as absolute essentials. They need to see that civic space is not being restricted, but given room to flourish, thereby guaranteeing the freedom of expression. They need to see that justice and accountability are ensured for all, regardless of affiliation or background. And they need to see that creating a conducive and all-in environment is at the core of any policy or piece of legislation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with Iraq's long list of outstanding business on everyone's mind, it is important to focus, to not get distracted or create new and unnecessary headaches for the government. In other words, to break with the cycles of instability, what must the priorities be? What is the potential impact of a certain law or regulation? Also, could it be controversial or divisive? Could it antagonize communities? And if so, what does that mean for the broad support desperately needed now? So be it possible changes to existing laws, the entering into force of a ban, or potential limitations to rights and freedoms. Ignoring the wider impact is risky business. So at all times, the question must be, is it truly worth the time and effort, or will the sum of such issues at a certain point be greater than the whole of its parts, thereby again distracting too many people from the key priorities, even estranging them? That said, ladies and gentlemen, let me go back to the long list of pressing issues. I will name just a few. First and foremost, the 2023 federal budget. The Prime Minister explained already. It has been passed by the Council of Ministers, and that is truly good news. Yet it is, of course, still to be passed by Parliament. And clearly, without a budget passed by Parliament, much of the implementation of the government program will be held back, including public service delivery. Also, and importantly, high oil prices cannot keep the country afloat. Similarly, creating jobs sustainably cannot be achieved by further ballooning the public sector. Economic and financial reforms are desperately needed. Efforts to combat Iraq's systemic corruption need to go beyond individuals or events. The system that was built after 2003 is simply untenable, and if left as is, it will yet again backfire. Additionally, the many outstanding issues between Baghdad and Erbil, they call for institutionalized relations. In the absence thereof, little will improve, but not all. And there too, I could go on. But to again cut a long story short, in my address to you here in Suli back in 2019, I depicted a landscape marred by factional politics, non-state actors, distortion of state resources, poor services, and a lack of jobs. And now, 4 years later, many of these issues remain sorely acute. What I am essentially saying is there is no time to lose. And definitely, the challenges ahead are manifold. It would be naive to think that the legacy of past hardships and newly emerging threats will not continue to test the country's resilience. And yes, as any other country, Iraq will be put to the test sooner or later. But the fear is that without prompt action, Iraq will flunk this test. Hence, it is important to anchor the country in the stability it needs to withstand future shocks. And for that to happen, we must collectively learn from history, and recent history at that, to avoid repeating it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my remarks today focus on Iraq in its entirety, but the political infighting and parties' vested interest in the Kurdistan region cannot be left unmentioned. Participating in an event at the University of Kurdistan almost 2 years ago in May 2021, I concluded my remarks by stating that the Kurdistan region has a choice. It can unite, tackle systemic corruption, further strengthen its respect for fundamental rights and freedoms, make meaningful progress on security and economic reform, and engage in dialogue despite internal differences that at times, I admit, seem insurmountable. Or it can fail to put its house in order, risking what it has achieved in past decades. And it pains me to say it, but so many people are wondering, what wake-up call are the Kurdistan region parties waiting for? In closing, ladies and gentlemen, let me emphasize, it is our sincere hope that relying on its immense wealth, diversity, opportunities, and potential, Iraq will now be able, and thus be enabled, to successfully move ahead. After 20 years, the country deserves to rise above endless cycles of instability and fragility. Iraqis are very much aware of the life that was promised after Saddam, and 2 decades on, they deserve better. It is as simple as that. And collectively, I am convinced that it is still possible to usher in that promised future. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Dr. Barham for his hospitality once again. We missed very much the Sulaimani Forum during COVID and directly afterwards, so we're delighted that you are resuming, and you have the ability to bring together very prominent people from Iraq and outside the country. And so the audience is highly mixed, which is a great advantage to all of us. This panel, however, consists of people not from Iraq, and that is important as well, because that suggests that we are going to look from the outside in, rather than from the inside out. And so we have here a number of prominent people and analysts who will provide their thoughts about the situation in Iraq as seen from the outside and in the context of the region. As you know, the situation in the region and in the world is becoming extraordinarily dangerous at this stage. You saw the incident between the Russian plane and the American drone over the Black Sea. Interestingly, the situation in Iraq is relatively calm and stable, which is a great thing, but it could be deceptive, and I think we've already heard from Janine Plasgaard that there are still many things to be concerned about. So I want to first introduce the panelists. Next to me is Her Excellency Anna Linde, from Sweden, who was foreign minister until 5 months ago. Now she is with us, but her government has changed rather significantly, but that means you can speak very freely, I hope. Next to her, we have Peter Bergen from the United States, from the New America Foundation, who will give us some analysis also, maybe from a somewhat American perspective, but of course there are many American perspectives. So again, feel free to go whichever way you want. His Excellency Nikolai Mladenov, whom many of you know because he was the head of UNAMI here in Iraq for some time and then became special coordinator for the Middle East peace process, which is the kind of job that if you survive it politically, then you can take on just about anything in the world. Then we have Ra'ad al-Qadri. Ra'ad and I met in Baghdad in April 2003 for the first time. I never let go of him after that because he is one of the best analysts, if not the best analyst. I have to be careful because there are a couple of others in the audience who may kill me. The analyst on Iraq, and I'm so pleased to be able to be on this panel with him. And then we have Elena Suponina, whom I have also known for quite some time, and whose views I would look very much forward to. She is an advisor to the Russian International Affairs Council, with which we've had a strong relationship in the past, and we hope to continue it despite the very difficult circumstances that we face in the world right now involving Russia, Ukraine, and the West, and China. So without further ado, I want to ask Her Excellency Anne Linde to talk a little bit about the regional situation and especially her view of what the West, broadly speaking, the United States and Europe, how their position in the Middle East has shifted from where it was before, where there was a certain bond that was very active, to something that is, I guess, less than that. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'm going to let you take it away.
Thank you very much, Jose, and thank you very much. I'm very happy to be invited. I'm so happy to see my friend, former President Barham Salih, and also Mr. Barzani, the President of the region, and my former colleague. We worked a lot together with difficult issues, so I'm so happy to be here. Well, anyway, I should talk a little about changing role of the international community when it comes to Iraq and the broader Middle East. And from the 2003, as we said, to present. And in just roughly 6 minutes, it's quite a big topic, but still, just to put out some thoughts. There has been so many changes since this period, and the invasion in 2003 by the United States and its allies, of course, made a significant turning point in the region. The intervention led to the ousting of Saddam Hussein, but also the subsequent establishment of a democratic government in Iraq. However, the US-led occupation was also met with resistance, leading to a long and protracted conflict that lasted over a decade. The situation in Iraq deteriorated rapidly, and that led to the rise of ISIS-Daesh and the subsequent international military intervention to combat the group. As a foreign minister, I took part in several meetings with the coalition against Daesh. It was an unusually big group that finally was what was needed to, together with the Kurdish forces in Syria and Iraq, push back Daesh. Of course, the Peshmerga forces has played an immense role, and I always want to underline that. Not the least now when, as many of you know, we have intense discussion with Turkey. It's important to underline how important the Kurdish forces has been in this when it comes to this. But the fact that tens of thousands of ISIS-Daesh prisoners and their families are still in detention in Syria and Iraq, and that they are guarded mainly by Kurdish forces, And when I visited Baghdad in 1.5 years ago, the forces, the NATO forces who were still there, said that this is like ISIS 2.0 that is growing in those camps. And still, this will actually mean that the relation between European and other countries who has people there will actually be very important. We took back about 40 women and children. I was very involved in that. It was extremely difficult. I had to send 8 missions with diplomats down, and we have difficult negotiation with the Kurdish authorities. It led to good result, but it was not easy, I have to say. And this is still in many of the European governments' head. And when we discuss it among foreign ministers, I feel that. The group of Al-Qaeda and ISIS-inspired groups is still a significant threat to the region and also to other countries, and that will form our relation. The Arab Spring, of course, in 2011 marked a significant turning point in MENA. Many of us believed that would be very good. I was myself sleeping in a tent in the Tahrir Square, and we believed so much in Tunisia. And now it's going in the wrong direction, even in Tunisia. And people are seeing this, okay, so democracy is not for this region, and I don't accept that. Of course, democracy, transparency, anti-corruption is for this region as well. But people think they see something else. I've been very engaged in Yemen, and I think still I'm the only EU foreign minister who has paid 2 full-day visits there. And the discussion between Saudi Arabia and Iran on this issue is, of course, something that is also very important for the region. I think that now what we have to say is that the recent years, the region has been overshadowed by other international development, such as the US withdrawal from Afghanistan, but also now the terrible, unjust, illegal, against all humanitarian and international law invasion by Russia on the friendly neighboring country of Ukraine. That is the most and absolutely most important issue in the Western countries right now. It has destroyed the European security order, and I, as a president of the Organization for European Security and Cooperation in Europe for 2021, knows how much this has destroyed. I want to say a few words about the economic development, because the region, and as we heard, as Janine said, the corruption and bureaucracy is a great problem. And the fact is, and to be blunt, the region has little to offer than oil. And now, of course, China and India is buying a lot of oil, but United States is not buying any oil anymore. And Europe is getting the green transition very, very rapidly. So where will you be in 30 years if you don't diversify? If you don't diversify, the situation in 20, 30 years will look very grim. I'm sorry to say, but I think so. One country that has seen that is Saudi Arabia. They have their Vision 2030, and they have started to have a lot of solar energy and changes. They have a lot of changes when it comes to social and civil liberties, unfortunately not when it comes to human and civil rights. The Saudi Public Investment Fund also established its funds channeling 24 billion toward Egypt, Oman, Iraq, Jordan, Sudan, and Bahrain. And that is the clearest indication how they will use their soft power in the region. And now we see how China has used their interest in being the country that has broke the diplomatic ties between Saudi Arabia and Iran. We may see a shift in US and Europe priorities. The US has historically been involved in the union, in the region, but now the Biden administration has said, well, we don't need their oil anymore, and we need to focus on the main issue for us, Taiwan and China. And we can see this shift. And I think Europe has to take up a greater responsibility for the contacts when US is going back. So in conclusion, the role of the international community in Iraq and the broader MENA region has evolved significantly over the past 2 decades. While the region may no longer be the focus of attention that it once was, it remains strategically important for a number of reasons. The next chapter of international engagement is likely to focus on counterterrorism, economic development, and multilateral cooperation, and there might be a shift between US and EU involvement. But we must work together to address these challenges, and I think that we should have much greater cooperation between the EU countries and the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I may come back to you later with a question about the green transition and what that actually means for relations between Europe and countries like Iraq. But I need to give others on the panel a chance, and I want to move to His Excellency Nikolai Mladenov. I don't have a specific question for you because you've played, of course, you were Prime Minister of Bulgaria, Foreign Minister. Well, you've have played a major role in the United Nations. You've seen the world, as I said earlier, Israel, Palestine. So from your perspective, looking at the region, what do you think we can do as international community? And I take this term very loosely because the international community is loose. What can we do to bring down the temperature and to find a better way forward?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. And let me first pay tribute to President Barham Saleh for bringing us together again after COVID. And I do hope that everyone in this room realizes that something quite unique is happening today. Something really unique is happening in this forum right at this moment. We have the President of the Kurdistan region and the Prime Minister of Iraq talking about something that President Barham was a lonely voice for many years on, and that is Iraq's climate change challenges. And they speak with passion of the need for this country to come together with its diversity, with its youth, with its resources to tackle the problems of the future. This is a unique moment, I think, for all of us who have been involved with Iraq's transition since 2003. And the fact that today we hear good news, we discuss good news, budgets, new ideas, new initiatives, is really a turning point in the history of this country. And I do hope that the international community will realize that its responsibility from now going forward is to support Iraq, to support the leaders of Iraq in resolving their own problems, not solving their problems for them. Because this is where things change. Iraq for many years has gotten too used to foreigners, and with all due respect, I've been one of them in my role as UNAMI and America and others, mediating and solving problems. Now I think Iraq has the unique opportunity to work on its own, because what we see today is a determination by the Prime Minister, by the leadership of the country, to really tackle the challenges of the day. And we see a regional environment which actually has called on everyone in the Middle East no longer to rely on the outside world as much as they have relied in the past, to make sure that the countries in the region have their own capabilities and their own capacities, their own skilled labor force, their skilled intellectual capacity to really work on their own security, their policies, and their own leadership. And I think this change is really the change that everybody was looking for when Saddam Hussein was ousted out of power. We were all, in fact, in that long, many years ago, in 2003, hoping for democracy in Iraq, but really hoping for an Iraq and for a region that is actually less reliant on the world and more focused on working forward on its own problems. And today, I think after many of the discussions that we heard this morning, the fact that the Prime Minister recognizes Iraq's diversity and talks about, and both the President and the Prime Minister talk about the resources that the country has beyond oil is really something that needs to be recognized by the world. The region is changing. The United States is here to stay, but also others are coming. China, other forces, other countries will have an increasing interest in this part of the world. And if Iraq doesn't have the institutions, the leadership, the knowledge, and I really believe that it can, to handle these relationships, it will continue to be the subject of outside interference more than the generator of peace and security for the rest of the region. And let me close by saying that I think what I was most inspired by this morning's presentations was one other thing. You know, this country has relied for too long on oil. And the money that oil makes to make sure that the revenue is distributed, sometimes fairly, sometimes unfairly, to the people. But what it really needs to rely on is a capital that it hasn't tapped on until now, and that is the vast potential of the Iraqi people. Iraq's growing population, its growing youth population, deserves that the oil revenues that the country makes are used to make sure that people get the best education, the best healthcare, the best opportunities to develop an economy that is not reliant on hydrocarbons, but is reliant on innovation in the future. And with the historical and the cultural diversity this country has, with the traditions that it has in crafts, in arts, in innovation, it can be that leader. And this is where the region is going. I'm quite positive about where Iraq is now, and I really see the opportunities going forward for the country and for the rest of the Middle East.
Thank you so much for that intervention. I think what I'm hearing now is from both speakers so far is that you can look at the situation in Iraq within the context of the wider region as the glass half full. Things are going well in some ways. There are good steps being taken. There's a certain pragmatism. There's a focus on really concrete issues. At the same time, the glass is also half empty. There is corruption, fasad, gandali. And that is causing a lot of harm, and it's also keeping outside investors away because they do not trust the investment climate, understandably. So I want to turn to Ra'ad next. And I have to apologize because earlier I said this is a panel not of Iraqis, but of course Ra'ad is an Iraqi. But he likes to identify himself as British. But I think at this time, isn't it better to be an Iraqi, given the state of Britain? I mean, your choice. In any case, why don't, I know you don't want to be in a position where you tell us how the glass is half empty, but you would acknowledge that there is a way to look at it that way. Can you tell us a little bit about sort of the deeper challenges that Iraq faces, both internally and within the international context, the Green Revolution, everything else?
Excellencies, thank you for inviting me, and thank you, Just, for setting me up like that. As someone who is renowned for seeing the glass as half empty, I get to play to my character. Look, I think if you look at it, and I agree with everything that's been said, but I think if you look at it, geopolitics has not been a kind mistress to Iraq over the past 20 years. And part of that has been external, as the country came out of the 2003 experience, as it came out of the experience that preceded that. It was weak, it lacked capacity, its institutions were largely destroyed, and it therefore was an easy playground for regional powers and international powers that had their own agendas and felt that Iraq should be shaped along the lines of those agendas. Iraq has consistently been the place of proxy wars. And I think that has shaped the experience, that has held back Iraq's ability to progress, Iraq's ability to take advantage of all of the resources that it is blessed with. And as we move forwards, that becomes one of the critical questions. Now, you can say that Iraqis have sought outsiders to solve their problems, and that's something I'll get to. But I think outsiders have also sought to take advantage of what is a country that is in a strategic location and have, as all countries do, been very selfish and closed-minded in how that drives things. And that has undermined stability in Iraq and undermined progress in Iraq. The bit where I think I come as glass half empty is I've been dealing with this for decades, and the number of leaders who have come to power and have made promises and not fulfilled those promises for a variety of domestic reasons are legion. And, you know, Iraq has lacked visionaries. I will pay homage to Dr. Barham in the sense that both in public and in private, he has been somebody who has had a strategic vision for the country that goes beyond parochial and patronage politics. But the reality is he is few and far between in terms of Iraqi leaders. And Iraqi leaders have allowed themselves to be manipulated. In terms of putting their own agendas first, they have sought international backing. That means that it isn't a country that has international and foreign relations, but it has foreign dependencies and it is based on opportunism. So that's the challenge for the government. It starts domestically, it starts internally. The problems and the divisions are very clear, but they aren't easy to solve. And it also requires time, and time ticks away. You know, we talk about this being the 20th anniversary of the removal of Saddam. That means that Iraq's leaders have been in power for 20 years. That is not a short period of time. And therefore, you can't constantly look to the past. Eventually, you know, there has to be accountability for the present and the future. And I think that, from an international relations standpoint, is very important. Iraq will continue to be a place of proxy wars. It will continue to be a place of internal division if Iraqi leaders allow themselves to do the bidding of external forces as opposed to putting Iraqi sovereignty and interests first.
Wonderful. Thank you, Raad. It's a good warning. It chimes with what Janine said earlier, and it's bracing. I mean, we have to understand the challenges, but you've laid them out in such a way that we know what the way forward could be, if only we had more visionaries and strategic vision and the right people stepping forward into the positions of decision-making. So thank you for that. I'm now going to Elena Soponina and ask her, again, within the international context, since you are from Russia, you will have your own views, how you see the situation developing in the region as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and what it means for Iraq in particular, but also more broadly for Russian foreign policy in the region, and anything else you might have prepared.
Thank you, Just. Thank you for all of us. Maybe I will be the first, but I hope not the last in these panels who will speak in Arabic. So I will speak in Arabic, please, if you need the translation. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا جزيلا على هذه الدعوة. أنا لست لأول مرة أشارك في هذا المؤتمر، ودائما ألاحظ أن التنظيم رائع، وأريد أن أشكر مرة أخرى على هذا الشيء. ما أكثرية الكتاب والشعار في روسيا كتبوا أكثر من مرة، ومنهم بوشكين وتولستوي وتوتشيف ودوستويفسكي وحتى تشيخوف رغم أنه ممل بعض الأحيان، أن الحياة في فترة الاستقرار هي فترة غير ممتعة. أما من يعيش فترة التقلبات فهو لازم أن يكون سعيد جدا، وهذا ينطبق على مثل صيني شهير أنه من أتى إلى هذه الدنيا في فترة التقلبات هو شخص سعيد جدا. فأنا أهنئكم على المجيء إلى هذه الدنيا في فترة التقلبات، خاصة أن العراق لديها تجربة أكثر من 20 سنة مع هذه السعادة، ولكننا نحن في روسيا نرى بأن الحمد لله دولة العراق الآن تمشي في طريق نحو الاستقرار الأكثر وتعزيز مؤسسات الدولة، وأيضا دورها الإقليمي والدولي الآن أن يزيد، وهذا تطبيقا لمبادرة بغداد. ونرى دور العراق التوسطي في كثير من الأزمات في هذا الإقليم، وروسيا ترحب بهذا الشيء. وطبعا منذ أكثر من 20 سنة بعض الدول وبعض المؤسسات وقت كتبت أن العراق ممكن أن تقسم إلى 3 دويلات، روسيا انتقدت هذا الشيء بشدة، لأن روسيا تعتقد أن الفيدرالية هو أحسن الحل لكثير من الدول بما فيها روسيا نفسها. والآن نحن نتابع بأن نفس المؤسسات بعض الأحيان في الغرب تنشر بأن الفيدرالية في روسيا هي ليست جيدة، وعلى هذه الدولة أن تتقسم مثل ما تقسم الاتحاد السوفيتي السابق. صدقوني هذا الشيء لن يحدث، ومن يكتب ويقترح هذا الشيء هو يمكن يخطئ في فهمه لطبيعة الشخص الروسي، لأنه مثل ما هو الشخص العراقي هذا الكلام بالعكس يثير حفيظة مواطني روسيا ويساعد على التفاف الناس حول الكرملين وحول رئيس بوتين، وهذا لابد من هذا الشيء. فبالنسبة لروسيا هذا الصراع الآن هو الصراع الوجودي. فما هو دور الشرق الأوسط في هذا الشيء والعلاقة ما بين روسيا والشرق الأوسط في كل هذه المعادلات والتقلبات؟ أنا أكثر من مرة في زماني التقيت برئيس الوزراء الروسي السابق سيد يفغيني بريماكوف المرحوم، وفكرته الأساسية كانت، وهو بالذات أنا أعرف هذا بشكل جيد، طرح فكرة تعدد الأقطاب. فروسيا تؤمن بأن تعدد الأقطاب هذا الأمر لابد منه. فالشرق الأوسط هو لا شك يمثل القطب المهم في هذه المعادلة المستقبلية. فدور الشرق الأوسط أولاً في بناء العالم الجديد بتعزيز أدوار دول وأقاليم بشكل جديد وبعدالة أكثر، وهذا ما كتبته الدراسة المهمة حوالي 5 صفحات لوزارة الخارجية الصينية تم نشرها في نهاية فبراير. هم قالوا وانتقدوا بشدة سياسة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في هذه المنطقة وغيرها، وقالوا أن السعي للعالم بتعدد الأقطاب لابد منه. الدور الثاني للشرق الأوسط كما نراه في موسكو نراه الآن هو الدور التوسطي. سابقاً روسيا وهي ما زالت تلعب الدور التوسطي مثلا في تطبيع العلاقات ما بين سوريا ورئيس أسد اليوم موجود في موسكو وتركيا، ما بين سوريا وتركيا وإيران في إطار التعاون الثلاثي. ولكن ما نراه وما نرحب به أن دول الشرق الأوسط أيضا بدأت تلعب دورا توسطيا، مثلا تركيا، المملكة العربية السعودية، الإمارات، كل هذه الدول لعبت دورا مهما في الأشهر الأخيرة في موضوع تبادل الأسرى بين روسيا وأوكرانيا، في موضوع تبادل السجناء ما بين روسيا وأمريكا، وحسب معلوماتي هذا الدور هو مستمر، ولا بد من صفقة جديدة ما بين روسيا وأوكرانيا حول أسرى، وما بين روسيا وأمريكا حول تبادل السجناء. روسيا دائما كانت تسعى وما زالت لبناء توازنات في منطقة الشرق الأوسط. موسكو لا تسعى لبناء تحالف ضد تحالف آخر، فهذا صعب جدا، لأنه يمكن أسهل أن يشكل واحد تحالف ضد تحالف وأن يؤجج أزمات المنطقة لكي يستفيد مثل ما نقول فرق وتسد. لا، روسيا سياستها غير، ولكن هذا في غاية الصعوبة، الحفاظ على العلاقة المتوازنة مع كل من تركيا ودول عربية، إسرائيل وإيران. أنا برأيي هذا الدور سيستمر، فهذا هو الدور الثالث لهذا الشيء. وأخيرا الدورة الرابعة، مثل ما كتبت الآن شركة البحوث راند كوربوريشن، الشرق الأوسط هي منطقة وحيدة في العالم ممكن أن نلاقي فيها نقاط التماس ما بين روسيا ودول الغرب، وحتى ما بين روسيا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. أنا أؤمن أنه في نهاية المطاف لابد من إجراء المفاوضات حتى حول موضوع أوكرانيا وعلى التفاهمات العامة على المسرح الدولي، فدور الشرق الأوسط هون مهم للغاية. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا لك. I'm very happy you spoke in a sort of nice Fusha and not in Iraqi accent, because I would not have been able to follow you, I think. That's no comment on the Iraqi language. But the last speaker on the panel, I would like to give the word to Peter Bergen. The United States as a player has come up repeatedly in the last few presentations, but in a sort of superficial way only. And I was wondering if you could give some depth to what the United States is doing in the region. And you can go back and not limit yourself to Iraq, but of course it would be good to look at it, especially in the context of the intervention in Iraq in 2003 and what happened afterward, and what that means for the United States in the region more broadly, given everything else that is going on, and this only in 5 or 6 minutes.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Barham, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I feel like a total imposter because I'm neither a former government official or a current one, and I'm certainly not an expert on Iraq. However, I basically want to make 3 points. One is about U.S. engagement. The United States has 2,500 troops in Iraq, which you might say, look, that's a very small number. But interestingly, that's exactly the same number of troops the United States had in Afghanistan, and we all know what happened after those troops were pulled out. Now, I'm not saying Afghanistan's Iraq or anything close to that, but what I am saying is that those 2,500 American troops are very significant for the United States' long-term engagement in Iraq. If there are no troops, I think there will be no American engagement. And let's look at 2024. Let's do the thought experiment where President Donald Trump says, hey, let's take these troops out. Or let's do the thought experiment where some other president, President DeSantis, says the same thing. And think about the effects I think that would have on the region. And we've already run this videotape once before. President Obama, as you know, took all American troops out of Iraq in 2011, and look what followed. We still have, by the way, 900 American troops in the United States, still has 900 American troops in Syria. I think these troop presences are very important, and you're about to hear from Lieutenant General Terry Wolfe in conversation with Amina al-Arabi. Lieutenant General Wolfe was instrumental in the US-led campaign against ISIS. Obviously, it was an Iraqi campaign on the ground. But I think he would agree that maintaining these troop presences are very important politically in the United States and I think for the region. The second point is I would say that the United States has done very little self-examination about the Iraq war on the following level. We all know that what happened after the US invasion, so I'm not going to detain you with any of that. But I think the Iraq war was conducted under, I think it would be sort of generous to say, false assumptions, certainly faulty intelligence. And if you look at polling data months before the Iraq war in the United States, 2/3 of Americans believe that Saddam Hussein was personally involved in 9/11, despite the fact there was no evidence for that. Okay, fast forward now to the war in Ukraine. Putin has made this, false claims about Ukraine being not an independent country, not a real country. Many Russians believe they're fighting neo-Nazis. Of course, Putin's war in Ukraine is very different from the conduct of the US war in Iraq. But I would say there's been very little self-examination in the United States about this issue. And just earlier this month, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov in India at a conference there said, basically he called out an American double standard on this. And while I'm obviously, as an American citizen, there are many, many differences, but I would say there's not a lot of self-examination on this issue of wars that are conducted without UN security backing very few allies and under false assumptions. And finally, on the role of China, if I'm a historian writing in the 22nd century, I would look back to 2023 as the moment when the British and the French controlled the region after World War I. The Americans controlled it. By control, I'm using the word sort of in a kind of metaphorical sense, was the regional hegemon after World War II. And up until now, the kind of general kind of cliche about China is that they just wanted to do, have economic investments in the region and Belt and Road and these kinds of things. And now, of course, they've intervened in, I think, the most important potentially diplomatic breakthrough for a long time. I think this makes the Abraham Accords look like a very minor issue, if indeed it plays out in the way the foreign minister mentioned. Yemen, I mean, we could see a hot war in Yemen, which is already sort of cooling down, become really some form of ceasefire that is sustaining. We could see the kind of proxy warfare that has played out to some degree in Iraq subsiding. We could see the Cold War that has played out in Lebanon also subsiding, if indeed this diplomatic breakthrough brokered by the Chinese holds. So I think from an American's perspective, this should also take some self-reflection.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'm going to open the floor to questions. Some questions have already started to come in. I'll turn to them in a second. I want to first ask one question that any of you on the panel can answer, all of you if you want, but you only get 1 minute each. And it's the kind of question that deserves a little bit more than 1 minute. I already mentioned that when it comes to the international community, there is very little interest in investing in Iraq as long as the corruption is so bad and the institutions are weak and everything else. So so in a way, it doesn't want to do more than it's already doing. It would like things to keep moderately stable so that things don't fall apart. External intervention doesn't become completely destabilizing. On the other hand, it also seems that, and this may be counterintuitive and a little bit ironic, but since 2011, the region has become in bad shape because of the civil wars that have broken out in Yemen, Libya, Syria. We have high tensions, Israel-Palestine at the moment with the new Israeli government. Iran, the United States, is, without a nuclear deal, is not in a good state. But Iraq actually, by comparison, looks pretty calm. And that is, again, as a bit counterintuitive. So that also means that for the international community, again, such as it is, it's sort of, what you can't see, you won't need to act on. So what is it really that you think that your country and your countries and the institutions we've created for the international order can and should do concretely for Iraq in the coming period to pull it into a better direction, working with Iraqi leaders, of course? Who wants to go first? You would like? Yes, please.
Well, thank you very much. I think to get the interest from other countries, you need to be part of the solution. And one of the big challenges now is the green transition. That's what we are working with all the time because it's both for the climate but also for economic reason. And there needs to be a view that Iraq or other Middle East countries is part of the solution. And right now there is not a view on that. And I think that is one of the big challenges. And I saw when I read up for this panel that if you take the whole MENA region, from Mauritania to Afghanistan, 600 million people, 97% of all the innovation the last year has come from Israel. 97%. There need to be, I mean, with all those, with the university, with the people, with the sources, there ought to be much more coming from these countries because the potential is there, but it's not used. And maybe that is also because there is not any intention or incentive to make the change, because the change would also cost.
Thank you, that was beautiful. Nikolai and then Raad.
Very briefly, I think there should be two focuses. One, obviously, is institutions. No country can function without strong institutions that have buy-in from the population and that are built on rules that are observed by everyone. And in this sense, I think going back to the Constitution, to the parts of the Constitution that have not been implemented, to really revamping large parts of the legislative base of Iraq, which in many cases still relies on legislation from Saddam Hussein's time, is an important task. And I think this is where the international community can help. But secondly, also I think we, from the outside, need to recognize that we haven't always cracked the code of how to communicate with Iraqis. We have to recognize that we're dealing with an extremely traumatized society that has been traumatized for generations by all kinds of outside interventions and forces, and that society has its own mechanisms of reaching consensus and mechanisms of reaching agreement that we need to respect and to work with.
Thank you very much. Raad and then Helen.
One of the joys of having multiple identities is you get to be schizophrenic, so I'll give you a schizophrenic answer on this. Look, I've followed, obviously, the oil industry in Iraq very closely, and I think one of the things that Iraq is going to have to do, if you take the example of the oil industry, which, let's face it, had companies lining up to throw tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars into the country, and was seen as the most exciting thing of the sort of 2000s, certainly, and into the 2010s, is Iraq's going to have to restore its reputation. Because what it did with the oil companies and what it did with the oil investment was dangle promise and subsequently failed to be a capable partner in the investment environment. And that was simple things like capacity to be able to negotiate, capacity to be able to implement, be able to follow up on strategic plans, develop infrastructure. Oh, and that little thing, pay your bills, which oil companies tend to find being rather important. And that wasn't happening. So as I look at it from an outside perspective, what investors want is confidence that they will get return on their investments. The essence of that is predictability and rule of law. And as long as you have gross corruption, and as long as you don't have strong institutions, that isn't going to happen. Now I'll put my schizophrenic hat on and say, energy transitions and climate looks very different from Europe and the United States than it does here. And if you want a conversation with Iraq about energy transitions and climate, have it on Iraqi terms. Quite frankly, there are two parts of the energy transitions debate. There is climate mitigation and climate adaptation. The West is obsessed with climate mitigation, reducing emissions. And it can do that because it's reached an economic stage where it can start to make compromises and has an industrial base where energy transitions actually is to industrial benefit. What Europe is doing, what the United States is doing, is using green transitions as the basis for a protectionist industrial system. So actually coming and lecturing the world in terms of energy transitions doesn't work. What matters here, and there are two gentlemen in this audience sitting in front of me who've said this openly, is climate adaptation. This country's problem is not emissions per se. It produces less than 0.5% of the emissions of the world. It is how you address the impact of climate and how you get international support to help you address that impact. And as long as we have the debate right now, which is essentially either have hydrocarbons or don't have hydrocarbons, good and bad energy, good and bad policy, you get nowhere. What you need is an understanding that energy transitions means very different things to very different countries based on their economic development, based on their political development, and based on what hits them. Drying up rivers, salination, fisheries going out, agriculture being impacted, urban migration. Those are the issues you have to address here, and quite frankly, solar and wind don't address those issues. That can come later, but deal with the issues that matter most to Iraq.
Indeed. Very sobering reminder of how we need to always communicate better about our respective interests and abilities. So really thank you for that, Raad. I know, Elena, you wanted to come in as well on the question.
Yes, thank you. Russia strongly believes that it's not international order without the stability in this region. In 2014, Russia provided maybe not so big, but very quick and needed help to Baghdad when it was needed against Daesh. And this kind of cooperation is still developing now, and Russia supports strongly Baghdad initiative and all efforts of Iraq as a mediator in this region, as Russia strongly supports now the efforts of China towards Saudi Arabia and Iran. Moscow also understands that it's no way for any military solution to any crisis here in this region, as also Russia supports the returning of Syria to the Arab League as a normal member of an active member of this organization. And Russia is working hard now to improve a relationship between Turkey and Syria, and I'm sure that there is also at the interest of Iraq as a state of this region, all efforts of Iraqi state in this issue also supported very strongly by Russia.
Thank you, Elena. Okay, so questions from the audience. We have exactly 8 minutes left, maybe give or take a couple. I'll go trying to stay within the overall theme. There was a question which I think has been addressed, if not answered, which is almost impossible, but, and it was for you, Ms. Linde, is do you think Iraq is ready for the green transition and circular economy? But after what we heard from Raad Al-Qadiri, the question may be, does Sweden understand well what the Iraqi needs are, and is it adapting or tailoring its policies when it comes to the green transition to the situation in countries like Iraq? And you don't have to limit yourself to Iraq. You've dealt with many in your position as foreign minister. Do you have a view on that?
Well, the fact is that we think, even if I listen with interest to what you said, that we need to get into a fossil-free energy mix, and we need to phase out sooner rather than later coal and oil and gas. And of course that is difficult for a country that is dependent on oil. But I think that right now, as I said, United States no longer buys any oil. They are by far the biggest producer of oil and gas. Who could believe that just 20 years ago? And it's China and India who is now main buyer of the oil. But it's also an ending resources. It will not be there for if you look, as I said, with the perspective of 30 years. And 30 years, now we're talking 20 years in 2003. And many of us feels like 2003 was a few years ago. I mean, it's much quicker than you think. And what I said is that some countries have started the transition and some countries has not. And I think the future is dependent on a transition. I was in South Africa in December, and we talked a lot about these changes, and they have enormous problem with energy shortage, enormous problems, and they will try to make a transition. At the same time, they said, but we need to go back to coal. And then there will not be these possibility to help them economically or with innovation or with investments, because the rest of the Western world that have a lot of investment in South Africa now will not go for that, will not go for that solution. So it's a short-sighted solution to only rely on the fossil energy. You need to see it in the longer term.
That's an issue, of course, that has come up in the case of Europe as well, because it found itself very vulnerable after the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
We changed faster than anybody thought was possible. Look at Germany.
You had a mild winter to help you, fortunately. So there was an adaptation that was actually remarkable. But last year there was a real concern that there would be a real shortage, and that Europe would have to go to the spot market at much higher prices and buy up gas, which would immediately drive the price up further and make it very difficult for poorer countries to purchase their gas. And of course, that affects then their position on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So everything is linked. And so we all have to have foresight in a way and not become overly dependent and diversify early on. And I think as part of the green transition, we really need to find a way to manage the period between where we are now, which is heavy dependence on hydrocarbons, and the situation where we want to be, which is net zero. That's going to be a very difficult transition. Anyway, I'm talking too much. I got a lovely question here from Omar Sheikh Moos. Hello, good to see you again. In the case of regime change in Iran, his question, not mine, because I don't predict it. What are the potential consequences in Iraq? Well, does anyone want to tackle that? Yes, Ra'ad. I knew you would be ready for that.
Regime change, as this country has demonstrated over the past 20 years, sounds really good on paper. It's really messy in reality. And I think when you start to look at what the impact of regime change in Iran will be on Iraq, that's a question about what regime change looks like in Iran, and whether you think you are going to move to a more stable system, irrespective of its nature, whether you think it is going to be a system that can consolidate itself, that has backing, and that fundamentally is going to bring something more benign and more stable than you have right now. I think those are huge questions. And I think those who see somehow, and again, it tends to be an outsider view, not an insider view, that regime change in Iran suddenly transforms the Middle East and transforms Iraq, haven't really been reading their history of late.
Peter, please.
There are a couple of points to make. One, why would a new Iranian regime be less interested in nuclear weapons? And that's sort of a false assumption. And two, Thomas Hobbes wrote Leviathan in 1651 at the end of the English Civil War. And the basic point of Leviathan, there's only one thing worse than a despot. It's civil war and anarchy. And we've seen that play. And Americans make the same type of decision, doesn't matter which administration. Obama made the same decision in Libya, in a sense, that George W. Bush made in Iraq. And this is a bipartisan failure to basically not envision what will come next, which is not an apology for authoritarian dictators, but it is a kind of a plea to, let's learn from our history.
Yeah, thank you. There also is the question, of course, of how does regime change happen? It's a sort of a fuzzy term. It can be top-down, can be bottom-up. That would affect how it will look afterward. So, and you could also ask the question, it's a real dilemma. You say, well, regime change creates chaos and violence and uncertainty, no investment, everything else, a very difficult transition, as maybe we have seen to a great extent here. On the other hand, is the current situation acceptable? Is it when there are paramilitaries that are not directly answerable to the state? You know, ideally, I think Iraq would like to have a state that can have control over all various actors, especially security ones. Anyway, I forgot to recognize earlier that the question about the green transition was from Paima Ahmed. Thank you for that. And finally, there is a question from Dr. Ali Sabah. He asks, how does the international community evaluate the Iraqi situation in view of a government they were afraid to cooperate with, keeping in mind that this government is a product of the 20 years of foreign policy influence since 2003. In other words, this government is the outcome of a foreign intervention, indirectly, but of course, it's been consistent trajectory for the last 20 years. Why is the international community hesitant now to interact with it? I'm not sure that's the premise is correct, but if anyone wants to address it, yes, please, Nicola.
Well, first of all, let me begin by saying that for the 20 years since the end of Saddam's regime, Iraq, with all the faults of all of its legislation and election laws and sectarian politics, with all that in mind, has been able to switch governments consistently in a peaceful manner. And all, forgive me for saying it, former presidents and prime ministers are alive, and many of them are sitting in this room, and that is a very, very serious achievement. And yes, transition is messy, but transition from a society which has relied on the decision of one man and his ability to wield life and death on everybody, to a society in which political parties emerge, institutions develop, people vote, again, with all the problems that has been in the past. In a peaceful manner, I think is quite an important success. Of course, that doesn't mean that the challenges, that the system doesn't need to be upgraded and updated consistently in order to reflect what people need and to make it more functional. It is, for me personally, it is embarrassing, if I can use that word, to think that a country as rich as Iraq has the difference of living standards that exist between the people in Basra, in Tikar, in Baghdad, in Arbil, in Sulaimania, in Ramadi, and in Mosul, and across the whole country. There's no excuse for any government not to focus on building up the infrastructure, the roads, the universities, the education system, the healthcare system, and everything. There's enough money for that. And I think where the problem has been is that with all the focus on the democracy and transition and power, we lost a little bit of the focus of the need to really build institutions in Iraq that sustain the state. And that is a focus that we need to return to very soon in order to make what is already a good base into a real success for the country. Forget the region. I'm not talking about the region. I'm just talking about this country because of the responsibility that its leaders have to its own welfare.
And this is the second time you've mentioned the importance of institutions. I think it's very true. And I remember talking with Ra'ad and Toby Dodge, who's in the audience, in 2003 about the hole in the heart of Iraq. There were no institutions that could uphold a new order, and they needed to be rebuilt. But that process is, of course, of a long term, is very difficult, and we're still in the process I'm not, but in the process of doing so.
But who is responsible for this hole? This is also important question.
Responsible for what?
For this hole, for the creation of this instability. This is also an important question. There are some countries that are responsible for this, but they do nothing, maybe, or they do not enough to solve all these problems created because of their policies.
This is a longer discussion about the origins and the original sins of the American invasion. We could have a long argument and we would agree on many things, maybe disagree on some. In any case, point well taken. Also, I should say that as a researcher for Human Rights Watch, I know what the previous regime did. I mean, every Iraqi knows what the previous regime did, but as an outsider, I certainly was researching the Anfal campaign in 1988. So if you ask me what is better before or after 2003, I have my answer. But, and please.
Well, thank you. I just reacted to the wording of the question. Why is governments hesitant to cooperate with the Iraqi government? And I would say that that is not the case. Other government is not hesitant to cooperate with Iraqi government. And as I just said, I and my counterpart have had many discussions on very, very difficult issues. But the fact that it's relatively peaceful now, and there has been a transition. There is a prime minister in place. There is the question of ISIS is a little bit on hold. That means that these make the urgency of having very close relation not the same as when there is the conflict. And then you have to see on what issues should we cooperate. We should cooperate on multilateralism. We should cooperate on development when it comes to the issues that is the most pressing, and that is now green transition and climate. And maybe in a way that you say we need to do it, but that's the fact. It's on the top of the agenda. I mean, listen to Guterres. He cannot say a word without mentioning it. And it's economic development. And to get the economic development, everybody has said it, you need to get rid of the corruption, of course, but you also need to get the issue of stable order and rule base better. And I've heard some, and you will hear later, some witnesses of how difficult it is to get permits, to get the possibility to have your company in Suli, if you already are in Erbil, for example. You need to get rid of that if you want to have more economic possibilities and cooperation. And I think people really, really need that. So it's not hesitation. It's just interest, common interest. And we need, if we don't have it, we need to create it.
So I'm being told to wrap it up. I'm very sorry. We'll have to talk over tea later. Your Excellencies, thank you for listening. I thought it was an engaging conversation. It's a much longer one, obviously. I want to thank you all, the panelists, for joining us here today, and all of you for listening. And the conversations will, I'm sure, continue in the hallway. So thank you again, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
It's truly an honor to be here. It's the first time I've been able to make the Suli Forum. And I thank Barham Saleh and all the distinguished Iraqi leaders, present and past, who are here today. But probably more important, I also thank all the academicians that are here, all the other experts, think tankers that are here with us today, the students as well, and more importantly, the followers of Iraq. I mean, I have a love for this country. And I'll tell you, I've been intimately involved in this nation since 2003. So it was incredibly interesting to hear the Prime Minister's vision of the future. I do see familiar faces in the room, and there are many new faces as well, and there are some folks that I haven't had a chance to meet, and I look forward to speaking with you in the next 2 days. It is an honor to be with you because the folks in this room, I think, represent the future of this country, and you're going to be the ones that will determine Iraq's trajectory and certainly the country's role, both in the region and globally, as you've heard different speakers discuss and were highlighted just moments ago in the panel. Today I was asked to discuss the United States' relationship with Iraq, both our approach and our commitment and a vision to the future. And I'll do this with a few opening remarks and then answer some questions based on the Q&A session that will follow. I'm joined by a couple of folks I'd like to give a shout out to today. My NSC Senior Director, or my NSC Director, Emily Barnes, works Iraq and Syria. She is here with us. And so if I don't do a good job in the Q&A session, I'll point her out, and you can grab her at lunch or at other opportunities and ask her hard questions. Secondly, The American contingent is also here, and it includes Charge d'Affaires David Berger and also the Deputy Counselor General Zahra Bell, who's as much of an Iraq expert certainly as I am. I thought I'd talk a little bit about our commitment. And I've been, since 2014 and even times before then, you know, every time I get up to a podium to answer questions about America's commitment, regardless of what my role is in government, I make clear that we remain committed to the region. I say that again, I make clear that the United States remains committed to the region, that our interests with the region are too interwoven for any other answer than just that. Yet I have to continually repeat that statement time and time again, that the United States is committed to Iraq and to the region. So I appreciate that nothing I can say up here probably may fully alleviate your chronic concern about America's commitment. I'll state up front that we are committed. So with that general comment out of the way, let me lay what I described to you as the shape of our commitment when it comes to Iraq and the region. The relationship with Iraq is strong and it's strategic. I'll say again, it's strong and it's strategic, and it's focused on the future. One of the themes running through today's event is how far Iraq has come since 2003, and that rings true for our partnership as well. We've come a long way. Since 2003, our relationship has evolved through many stages, and frankly, I have personally been associated with a number of those, whether it was the 2006 and 7 time frame when I was helping build the Iraqi Army and Navy, or whether it was when I was back in 2010 working with Iraqi security forces as they dealt with al-Qaeda in Iraq in both Baghdad province and Al-Anbar provinces, as I worked to support your commanders. Or later during the Defeat ISIS period, when I was here trying to assist as Iraqi security forces and the Peshmerga forces were getting ready to liberate Mosul, Nineveh province, and then Al-Anbar. So I'll say right up front, I was inspired by the behavior and the performance of the brave Iraqi security forces and the Peshmerga that did incredible things to create the security conditions that we now see today. So as I look at the situation around me, today's challenges do look a bit different. Security's good. I'll say that again. Security is good. And you have had that under control for a number of years, and that's incredibly complimentary. But I do acknowledge that there are continued challenges, many of which you have heard. So today we're helping to ensure Iraq has a strong economy and a vibrant private sector with jobs for the next generation. And we're helping Iraq deal with the climate crisis and water scarcity. We recognize these challenges. Our partnership with Iraq has evolved beyond security. We describe it as a 360-degree relationship that covers economic issues, climate, and energy. But it's all based on the fact that security is good. Much of our work with the Iraqi government and the Kurdish region today is to help deliver results for the Iraqi people, and especially to the next generation. I think that's the big challenge here. And as I said at the top, we're committed to helping Iraq with all of these issues, and we are optimistic about what that future holds. This approach is not arbitrary. And I'll briefly mention 2 documents that I think guide our approach, because there's just a great deal of misunderstanding about what those are and how our approach is anchored. The first is the Strategic Framework Agreement. So I went and pulled a copy of it because it's a real simple 8-page document, and it's been referenced multiple times by folks in this room. I don't think the majority of people in this room have read that document. And so if I could give you homework in an academic institution, it would be go get the document, download it. In fact, the Council General even and the Charge d'Affaires have put it on their website, so you can actually go to their website and download it. 8-page document. What does it say? Well, first of all, it was finalized in 2008 by a group of very skilled diplomats, and it was signed and agreed to by the United States and the government of Iraq. This document talks about our relationship and it's based on our shared interest in Iraq's sovereignty, your territorial integrity, security, and stability. And it's a commitment to shared goals from everything including economic, diplomatic, cultural, and security ties. In fact, in that 8-page document, there's only one small paragraph on security. I say that again, only one small paragraph on security. And I think that's worth mentioning. In the strategic framework document or agreement, we committed to defense and law enforcement cooperation and diplomatic and cultural cooperation and cooperation in energy, health, environment, and technology. All the things we've been talking about today. It is that 360-degree relationship that we aspire to, and it is comprehensive. It was really meant when it was drafted to be a step-by-step approach towards this long-term vision for Iraq, and not only Iraq, but also for the region. And the goal was that we and Iraq's leaders hope for a stable and secure relationship, but also a stable and secure Iraq and the Middle East, prosperous enough to serve the Iraqi people. In the Biden administration, we're focused on implementing the SFA and deepening the strategic relationship across the full range of bilateral issues. Now, how did we see this play out? Well, just a couple of weeks ago, Secretary of State Blinken spent the better part of a week hosting the High Coordinating Council. And the High Coordinating Council met in Washington, D.C. in this particular time, and its focus is on economic cooperation, energy sector development, and climate change. Your representative who led your delegation was the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Dr. Fuad Hussein. He led your delegation, and that says quite a bit. The economic-focused HEC is merely a sign of our maturing relationship and the partnership under the SFA. So let me describe for you just a couple of very quick takeaways that came from that week worth of meetings. The two sides discussed the challenges facing Iraq's economy, from building technical capacity in the financial sector to protecting the system from financial crime, read corruption. I won't go into any more detail right now. Charge d'Affaires David Berg will talk more about that during his panel tomorrow. A second focus of the High Coordinating Council were the many discussions about Iraq's ambitious energy agenda as a way to maximize the country's economic potential, as well as to provide better services to the Iraqi people, because isn't that what this is all about? As we told our visitors last month in Washington, Iraq is truly facing historic opportunity in a watershed moment. Investing in the infrastructure and modernizing the energy sector has the potential not only to provide more reliable electricity, but also to meet the country's immediate needs. And transforming the energy sector is also a means to re-energize the economy, as you've heard multiple speakers talk about today. It leads to more private sector jobs, and it also helps deal with this growing population's ability to find not only jobs, but self-satisfaction. We came out of the High Coordinating Council committee meetings with both sides resolved to accelerate efforts, with the goal to modernize Iraq's electricity grid and energy distribution system. So we stand ready to help Iraq follow through on the commitment, whether it's with experts to capture flared gas or by continuing to support regional electricity interconnectivity projects, the things that have been discussed with Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and the GCC. And finally, the HCC focused on climate, including Iraq's water crisis, as you've also heard. As you know, Iraq has consistently been described as one of the world's most fragile states suffering from climate change. So I won't really talk any further about that because all of the issues really have been captured. But we recognize the concerns and the consequences of not doing so. But we also recognize that we're in a transition period and the opportunity needs to be seized. So one final comment before we go into Q&A. You may have heard talk about what is effectively being described as the Biden doctrine for the Middle East. And there are 5 principles that undergird or undergrin that whole effort. And these principles really apply in spades to Iraq, where we are building strong partnerships and boosting deterrence using diplomacy to de-escalate tensions and set a long-term foundation for security. President Biden's Middle East policy, or MENA policy as we describe it. It's clear in our minds, it's principled, it's realistic, it's pragmatic, and yet it's ambitious. And it's about whether it's the U.S. engagement or what partners can achieve together. The policy was articulated in President Biden's speech at the GCC +3 meeting in in Jeddah on the 16th of July. And it was later incorporated into our national security strategy. So again, you can go look at it. It's on 2 pages under the Middle East region. It's based on America's unparalleled comparative advantage in building partnerships to strengthen deterrence using diplomacy, where possible to de-escalate tensions, to reduce risks of new conflicts, and really to set a new foundation for stability with a sustainable and present U.S. force posture. Yes, it's about us, but it's also about countries in the region. The framework has 5 declared principles, which are effectively that Biden doctrine that I talked about, and it engages our engagement in the Middle East. Let me run you through the 5 principles, and then I'll get off my soapbox here. Here's the first principle: partnerships. Partnerships. And specifically, we state that the U.S. will support and strengthen partnerships with countries that subscribe to a rules-based international order, and we will make sure that these countries can defend themselves against foreign threats. Here's the second principle: it's deterrence. The U.S. will not allow foreign or regional powers to jeopardize freedom of navigation through the Middle East waterways, including the Straits of Hormuz or the Bab el-Mandeb, nor tolerate efforts by countries to dominate one another across the region through military buildups, incursions, or threats. The third principle, as you might imagine, is diplomacy. The U.S. will not just aim to deter threats to regional stability, but we will work to reduce tensions, de-escalate, and end conflicts whenever possible through diplomacy. The fourth principle is integration, and you'll hear us talk a lot about that because it ties a lot of the discussion topics together today. The U.S. will build political, economic, and security connections between U.S. partners wherever possible while respecting each country's sovereignty and independent choices. And then lastly, the fifth principle, but not the least important, is values. And the U.S. will always promote human rights and values enshrined in the UN Charter. So there you have it, 5 principles: partnership, deterrence, diplomacy, integration, and values. That's what we believe, that's how we've articulated our strategy, and we think it will continue to help deliver results. It's easy to think of these examples when you think about the challenges facing Iraq, the Kurdish region, and also the region in general. I'll save some more of your thoughts for the questions and answer period, but in conclusion, I'd say this: I've watched Iraq change over the past 20 years. I've watched you deal with transition, and I've watched leaders in the room, past and now, present and future, hope to try to meet the needs of the Iraqi people as it addresses yours and their future challenges. Your past journey and my own professional one is really one interwoven in complicated ways. I'm hopeful that as you tackle Iraq's current and future challenges, we will remain partners and friends as we work together to help the Iraqi people. And with that, I look forward to taking your questions.
Great to hear your remarks. And thinking back on 20 years, if you were to describe, as you said, a complicated time for the last 20 years between Iraq and the US, how would you describe Iraq today?
Maybe not. Oh, there we go. So I think, first of all, I would describe it as looking forward, right? There are a lot of folks that want to look back and want to go back through the last 20 years and ask you to rewind the tape. I mean, happy to do that personally. I'll do that over lunch. But really what I'm interested in highlighting is some of the things I mentioned, which are about Iraq's future. It's about a stable, secure Iraq so that you have the opportunity to create jobs, to deal with the economic challenges, and to take on some of the climate issues that you heard the Prime Minister talk about. And hopefully that will be reflected in the budget, as he said, in ways that meet the needs of the Iraqi people.
And in May 2003, there was that very famous image of President Bush speaking and declaring the major combat missions in Iraq over. And even though he didn't say the term mission accomplished, it was on a banner behind him. And
I remember.
Those of us journalists don't forget these things, and I'm sure a lot of officials and diplomats remember it. Has the mission been accomplished?
I mean, I think the mission has gone through different transitional phases, and I can remember that really well. On that particular day, I happened to be in the UN compound just off the Canal Street in Baghdad, and I can remember seeing that scene and saying, it seems to me there's a lot of work that still has to be done here. But I also accept the fact that presidents and leaders of nations make statements because they're sending signals to their population and to the international community in general. I think the real issue, though, is how Iraq moves through this next transition phase. And so the Prime Minister talked about, and others have talked about, needing some time, have only been in position for a certain number of months. And it strikes me at times that we are unreasonable, our expectations are unreasonable of what we expect when leaders enter these transition phases and have to reshape things. The Prime Minister laid out an incredible agenda this morning, in my opinion. And so the task is, can he get the operating space, not only from the Iraqi people, but from Iraq in general, to be able to deliver on that broad agenda? And that's the question. How do we deal with the transition phase that now the government finds itself in?
I promise this is the last question about the past, and then we're going to discuss
Okay.
the Prime Minister's agenda and also the Iraqi future and how the U.S. can help it. But just, I wanted to ask you about what Peter Bergen said in a previous panel, where he said there hasn't been enough self-reflection in the U.S. Do you agree with that? Do you think there has been self-reflection?
I disagree with Peter a little bit in this. I think there's been an incredible amount of self-reflection. I think it's happened at a lot of different levels. In fact, I would argue that it's happened across American administrations. We're in a much different place about how we have looked at Iraq and the challenges that the region is dealing now. The region's in a different place. You know, when I go back and look at how the region appeared 10 years ago, even at the beginning of the Daesh period in 2013 and 14, we look very different now here. And you can feel it and you can see it. I also think that the campaign that was put together to fight Daesh back in the 2014, 15, and 16 timeframe reflected a lot of the lessons learned from our experiences here with the Iraqis dealing with Al-Qaeda. And so what we saw was a very different enemy, and we also saw a different requirement, both from a military perspective to help the Iraqi security forces and then what became the Syrian Democratic Forces deal with the Daesh threat. Very different than what we were trying to do back in 2003, 4, 5, and 6. So of course we've changed. I think any American who has been on this journey, whether in uniform or wearing the clothes of a diplomat or a provider, have also learned an enormous amount. Now, and the same thing has happened, I also believe, with Iraqis. People are in very different positions and different places now in terms of how they look at these challenges. So I disagree with Peter in that we're not a learning organization. That's not what he meant when he answered the question, I don't believe. But at the same time, I do think that, you know, a fair bit of introspection is required. And I think when I talked about kind of the emerging Biden doctrine and those 5 principles, it does also reflect the fact that the United States has learned an enormous amount as well.
So, you know, you talk about, of course, those different security moments and the transition that Iraq at the moment is witnessing. And of course, a very ambitious agenda for this current government. Previously, we used to say, without enough stability and security, nothing else can move forward. Yeah. And now there's increasingly an understanding that unless you tackle the climate issues, economy, getting people into jobs, the security of the country can always be vulnerable. So I wanted to ask you first about the security situation. You served 3 tours in Iraq, and Iraq has had different security challenges at different times. How would you assess the security situation today?
Yeah, incredibly stable. So I salute the Iraqi security forces for that effort. As was highlighted, though, Daesh is not gone. You know, the UN, did their normal quarterly or 6-month report in which they report back to the Security Council on violent extremists across the world. The number, that they categorized was somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000. of which probably 5,000 were fighters. That's in Syria and Iraq. I've heard reports from Iraqi security forces saying the number is perhaps 5,000. I think what's critically important is that the Iraqi security forces have the capability and capacity to continue to wage the fight against Daesh. And what the United States and the global coalition continue to do are help in some very, very simple ways, and provide, in some cases, assist with some enablers. But the Iraqi security forces are able to keep the pressure on Daesh, and that's incredibly important.
One of the concerns that Iraq has is that a new wave of extremists could emerge from the continued camps holding ISIS family members.
Yeah.
Of course, much of this is in Syria. Iraq has taken a huge burden and repatriated some, still has a long way to go, but has worked at this. What about other countries, the responsibility of other countries to repatriate their citizens?
So there are two distinct problems. The first problem is there are about 10,000 Daesh detainees. Okay, those are fighting men that fought against either the Syrian Democratic Forces or on the border that are locked up in prisons and holding facilities. That's one problem. The second problem are the displaced women and children that are in the Al-Hol camp, as one example. And so there are about 50,000 women and children. There's some men, but only a small number there. And the largest, if you look at the 50,000, about 20,000 are Iraqis, about 20,000 are Syrians, and probably 10,000 are from other countries. As was already highlighted, getting nations to repatriate their citizens is an incredibly difficult problem for a whole host of reasons.
Right.
The Iraq problem is also difficult because you have to bring those displaced people back to Iraq, and then Iraq has to figure out how to repatriate them and figure out where to resettle them in communities back here. And there's still a stigma from, in many cases, the perception that those women and their families supported Daesh and did horrific things to the Iraqi communities. The Syrian problem was more complicated because what do you do with almost half the population, which are Syrians? Do you give them to the Assad regime? Do you just let them go? And getting them resettled back into their homes is difficult when they cannot go home, and other people may be living there. So it's an incredibly complicated three-set problem that is easy to say nations should just go do X, Y, and Z. But if it was easy, they would have been done. We've been working on this now since 2017, early 2018. We've had some successes getting those 10,000 repatriated, but it's a difficult problem for nations to tackle.
Now, another source of instability for Iraq and concern when it comes to security is also some militia groups. So what's your assessment now in terms of the different militia groupings that exist in Iraq, and do you think they pose a threat to the stability of the country?
I think the Prime Minister laid out the challenge really well and how he's going to deal with it, and I think the Iraqi people have to hold the government of Iraq responsible to do it exactly like the Prime Minister said. And so when Secretary Austin was here barely a week or so ago, he and the Defense Minister talked a bit about that, and it's the issue that the American forces and the coalition, which are here under NATO training mission Iraq, have a belief that we will not be attacked by militia groups. Shouldn't be a big surprise. It seems to be a condition for support.
Now, if we talk about support, of course, the continued presence of U.S. troops. Is this primarily a political statement to ensure that people believe the U.S. continues to be committed to Iraq, in addition, of course, to the importance of the advise and assist role that they do?
So first and foremost, it's the advise and assist role. We've been invited by the government of Iraq. And so that's the condition in which American forces and the NATO mission stay, that the invitation from the government remains firm. And so with that invitation then comes the effort to advise and assist, as you highlighted.
Another ask, let's say, from Iraq is for the U.S. to help in the issue of corruption. We just heard from Prime Minister Sudani call corruption a pandemic, and he needs to come up with the vaccine to deal with it. How can the U.S. help, especially in terms of returning funds that have been siphoned out from the country, particularly as much of those funds are in U.S. dollars?
Well, there have been a series of measures that have been undertaken to try to help with, again, the movement of money outside of the country. through the Central Bank of New York, and David will talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. Suffice to say, it's the Iraqi people's money. And so if it is being moved out of the country illegally, the problem is it's not going for the betterment of the Iraqi people. And it's also about, as you heard earlier, it's about investor confidence. So if there's no belief that you can make an investment in Iraqi businesses without fear of it departing, the investment climate becomes really negative, and countries are unwilling to put forth investments, which doesn't spur private business the way everyone seeks for it to occur.
So would you say today there's more confidence in the investor climate in Iraq?
I think it's moving slowly in a positive direction. I think the Prime Minister's efforts are going to be critical to how, private corporations, they come in and do assessments, and they determine whether they want to invest here. And it's about both public and private confidence that there is a climate that's worthy of continuing to bring jobs here.
So some of that confidence was rocked earlier in the year when there were concerns about the Iraqi currency.
Yeah.
We had His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister come to Washington and have very important meetings regarding those relationships and the economic situation. Are you confident that now the steps that were sought after are being taken that can allow the Iraqi currency to continue to be stable and not have these issues when it comes to the US dollar?
I am, but there's more steps that have to be taken. So the starting point, we've crossed the starting line, and there are a whole series of additional measures that the government of Iraq is to continue to follow through on.
Okay, I want to talk now more regionally. You spoke on at the podium about the U.S. not being disengaged in the region, and yet people are not convinced. And so you have to repeat the statement. I have to say, when we saw the news of the Saudi-Iranian rapprochement and reestablishment of relations happening in Beijing, a lot of people were asking questions about the U.S. and its role. How did you receive that news?
First of all, we had talked about kind of the efforts that started in Baghdad to facilitate Iraq's role in some regional integration and regional efforts as being incredibly helpful and important. So it seems to me people ought to be patting the Iraqis on the back for starting a process that led to last Friday's result. In Washington, D.C., it was being played as a zero-sum game. In other words, the Chinese were able to work with the Iranians and others and the Saudis, and they inked an agreement.
Right.
And that means the United States came out the loser. We just don't see it that way. And again, I talked about diplomacy, I talked about integration, and it seems to me that that's exactly what we wanted to see occur. So I'm encouraged by it, and if it kind of lessens tensions, if the Iranians agree to stop supplying the Houthis with weapons, that's good. There have been at least 3 major shipments that have been interdicted in the last 6 months. So I would be encouraged by that. So that's good, and we'll just see where it goes, and let's hope that that the Chinese brokered agreement delivers in the next 2 months based on what was stated in the document they all signed.
Can that agreement help with the JCPOA, or are we too far gone now from getting that agreement signed?
The way I think you look at the JCPOA, the document itself, is that there was an agreement put on the table last March. It was generally a pretty good proposal, and the Iranians walked away from it. And so that proposal is still on the table.
The proposal continues to be on the table.
It's still on the table. And so, we've kind of said to, through the E3 and others that it's still on the table in our minds. We'll go work on some other things. And there are a whole host of other Iranian challenges that we have had to kind of confront. One of the challenges is the provision of Iranian unmanned UAVs, which are turning the lights out in Kyiv and all over the country of the Ukraine. That's concerning. Additionally, the proliferation and the movement of some equipment from Russia to Iran. It's multifaceted. It's the violating of sanctions that the UN and others have agreed to, adhere to. If you remember, last fall there were threats by Iran to attack Saudi Arabia. And the Houthis did attack Saudi Arabia, Aramco, and they did attack the Emirates. So again, I just kind of put the facts on the table and say there are some Iran challenges that the United States is incredibly concerned about. And JCPOA and the nuclear portfolio is another one of those, and we'll just see where it goes over time.
Another portfolio that Iraq is very concerned about also comes when it comes to climate and the issue of water flows. Turkey and Iran both being instrumental in that. How do you see the regional dynamic? If we talk about climate change being a major issue and climate action being top of the agenda for President Biden, but also for Prime Minister Sudani and the government here, how can we get regional order to help with the water scarcity issue?
I mean, the last panel talked about kind of migration versus adaptation, and I think that's an interesting way of looking at the problem set. You know, we just finished COP27, done at Sharm el-Sheikh, hosted by the Egyptians. You know, President Biden was there. A number of, you know, Special Envoy for Climate Kerry was there. I know others will talk about in the next day. And there were a whole series of proposals that were put on the table. Nations have to meet their commitments. And so as we move into COP28, which will be hosted at the Emirates, I mean, there's lots of work already. The Emiratis just visited Washington last week, met with Kerry and others, and had some more fulsome discussions about other things the United States could continue to help do. So I think the jury's still out. I mean, it's easy for nations to make promises. The question is, can they fulfill those commitments?
Right, my very last question to you, and then we will allow you all to go to lunch. Our very last question, what do you see as Iraq's greatest opportunity looking forward?
Well, first of all, I'm basing it on the assumption that the security situation remains calm, right? Because that's the foundation which I really think everything rests upon. It seems to me it's economic opportunity. And I just think that with this magnificent population of young men and women that are looking for opportunity, that think differently than people of my generation, they are seeking a chance to make their way, find jobs, and then not necessarily jobs in the public sector either, but they're looking for opportunity, and they're thinking of unique ways to do it. And I think the challenge for Iraq's leaders, people in this room, are to help them fulfill those goals and to create some of these opportunities that they seek. And I'm hopeful for that. And that, as I close, my last comment would be, I've always been optimistic about Iraq, and even in the darkest of days. And I'll use one small vignette. My first trip up to the Kurdish region back in 2006, when you could feel things coming unraveled in Baghdad and in the Baghdad belts. I came up to visit the Iraqi military academy up in the Kurdish region, and we went over for dinner in Zaka. And the thing that struck me, besides the great food and the wonderful hospitality, was people were painting their houses. And you never saw that in Baghdad. Everything was dreary down in Baghdad. But up in Zaka, they were painting their new houses that are being constructed. They were painting them the color of Italian ice. So you had sherbet color being painted. And I couldn't think of a more unique sign of optimism, even in the what I thought were the darkest days of what Iraq was going through in that transition period. People don't paint their homes if they don't have confidence that they'll be able to live in them and they'll retain their value. So I've been incredibly optimistic about Iraq, and I look forward to engaging others at break time and in other periods to continue this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. When you come to AUIS, that's when you're filled with hope. So thank you for joining us in AUIS.
Thank you.
We'll get started on our next panel. The panel is entitled Energy, Oil and Gas, Renewables and Regional Dynamics. It is moderated by Dr. Andrew Persiletti, President of Al-Monitor, who will be introducing our speakers. Go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Barham Saleh and the organizers of the conference here at the American University of Iraq, Sulaimani, for giving me this opportunity to participate and chair this panel with such a distinguished group. I also especially appreciate the opportunity because it comes on the anniversary of the overthrow of Saddam Hussein and of the massacre at Halabja, part of Saddam Hussein's crime of genocide against the Iraqi Kurds. We can never forget the specific and unusual cruelty of Saddam's regime and what he did here in Iraqi Kurdistan and throughout Iraq in his reign of terror. So it's a special occasion to be here with old friends and new friends to see Iraq 20 years later going through such an exciting and positive transition. For this panel, we've got a fantastic group. I'm just going to start on my far right, His Excellency Laith al-Shaher. He is the Deputy Minister of Oil for Distribution Affairs for the government of Iraq. His Excellency Ahmed Mufti, he is the Deputy Minister of Natural Resources for the Kurdistan Regional Government. Dr. Megan O'Sullivan, she is the Jean Kirkpatrick Professor of the Practice of International Affairs and Director of the Belfer Center of Science and International Affairs at the John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. She's also a former U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor for Iraq and Afghanistan. Mr. Abdullah El-Qadi, he is Executive Director, Exploration and Production at Crescent Petroleum, and His Excellency Mark Bryson Richardson, the Ambassador of the United Kingdom of Iraq, to Iraq. Thank you all for coming. Look forward to the conversation. I'm going to begin with Megan. Megan, if you could give us a sense, how do you see the global trends in energy and energy policy, including energy transition with COP28 coming up, and how they impact Iraq and the region?
Thank you, Andrew, and it's a real pleasure to be here today. And like Andrew, much of the last 20 years, I have spent thinking about working with Iraq, with Iraqi Kurdistan, and it's a real pleasure to be here 20 years on from my first opportunity. I remember Dr. Barham showing me this university when it actually was a few classes in a few trailers. And so it certainly has come a long way, and it's a real pleasure to be part of this gathering. I would like to say a few things, make a few points about the energy transition to build on what we've already heard today. I think we've heard a lot about the importance of climate, and I'd like to broaden the concept a little bit, make a few points, and relate them to Iraq in particular. And really, my overall point is a basic one, which is that no country can afford to ignore the energy transition because it is increasingly going to shape pretty much everything about a country's engagement, not only at home, but also in the world. So I really want to broaden the concept to go beyond climate change. So what do I mean? Let me make just 5 points about how this is the case. The first is obviously about climate change, and I'm really heartened to hear so much of a focus on climate change, both from listening to the words of the Prime Minister about the importance of addressing climate change for Iraqi people, but also hearing about climate change as a real focus of U.S. engagement with this country and with this region. So that obviously is going to continue to be extremely important. There is no doubt that there's a huge gap between the ambitions of the international community around climate change and the reality. And this gap is huge. We've made a lot of progress as an international community in terms of advancing renewable energy, a whole range of new technologies, lots of new policies. But the reality is that carbon emissions, which are the cause of climate change, keep going up every year. So there's a dynamic there that we have to contend with. The second point is a little bit of a different point, and it's sort of, I'm often speaking to an American audience, and often there are skeptics of climate change in the audience. I don't know how many we have here, but I think this point holds whether or not you believe climate change is increasingly urgent or not. And that is that the energy transition, the move away from carbon-intensive energy, is going to be what I believe to be the biggest geopolitical reset of the century. So we're 23 years into the century, and depending on your perspective, we've had a number of things that have happened that have really changed geopolitics. We've had, again, depending on your perspective, 9/11, COVID, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, these things have remade global politics in a variety of ways. My view is that the energy transition is going to dwarf all of those in terms of changing the nature of the relationships between countries. And so again, I'm coming from the United States, where the Biden administration very clearly and now very tangibly is saying climate change is one of the most important issues in our foreign policy. So it is changing the way that we interact with our allies and with our adversaries. And it is a huge part of every bilateral relationship. So that's, again, going to be a real dynamic of geopolitics going forward, is that the actions that countries and companies are going to take to try to either address the energy transition or to slow down the energy transition are going to change the way that they interact with the world. And in the United States, we've had this massive piece of legislation where the US government is going to spend a minimum of about $400 billion on climate change initiatives over the next 10 years. And my assessment is that's the beginning, not the end of it. And that, of course, is having big implications for our relationship. The third point, getting closer for what this could mean to Iraq, is that the energy transition is going to have a major impact on the flow of capital around the world. And if you think about it, the last several decades, you've had big flows of capital going into developed markets. Now we need to have big flows of capital going into the emerging markets and the developing world. And the numbers here are staggering. So there are a variety of estimates, but generally the sense is that the world is going to need $4 trillion of investment every year out to 2050 to reach global climate goals. And again, whether or not that happens, we'll see, but you can imagine just the effort to move in that direction is going to involve trillions of dollars of investment each year. That's the ambition, and we'll start more to move in that direction. And so really thinking about what it means to be consistent with that and what it means to capture some of those investment flows is going to be really important. I want to make a comment. We've heard earlier today, it was mentioned that oil may be a thing of the past. I have a slightly different view, and a lot of analyses support this, or rather my view is based on those analyses, that going forward, even if we get to a world where there are net zero carbon emissions that is compatible with climate ambitions, there's still going to be a significant amount of oil in the global energy mix. So the world now consumes 102 million barrels of oil a day, and looking at estimates, there could be 20 million still left being consumed, 20 out of 100. Not that much, but still not nothing. It could even be more than that. But the really important thing for countries like Iraq to understand is that, so Iraq, maybe Iraq is actually producing some of those 20 million barrels of oil that are still being consumed. But those barrels of oil will be produced by the lowest cost producers, but also the cleanest producers of that oil. So I just came from Saudi Arabia. There's a huge focus right now on not only being a low-cost producer, but having the smallest carbon footprint of any producer of oil. And so again, when Iraq thinks about attracting investment into the region, attracting investment into its energy sector, being a low carbon emitter producer is going to be really important. So that might sound like a luxury to Iraq right now, but it's going to have a big impact on how much capital Iraq can attract. So lastly, I just say about an incredible opportunity that this transition provides to countries like Iraq. I mentioned the enormous volume of capital that is going to be flowing. And there is a real conversation that many of you are probably aware of in the world today about how to get capital from developed markets into developing markets, and the need to de-risk that capital. It's called blended finance. So talk about how to take public sector money and de-risk investments so that large flows of private capital can go to markets that still have a lot of risks associated with them. So I think it's an interesting question for Iraq to think about. Is there some way that Iraq can help de-risk investments in Iraq that will be consistent with the energy transition. It'll be consistent with lowering the carbon production of your oil, or it can be consistent with diversifying one's economy, any of these things. And I'm really, I'm heartened, as many people here are, about the hopefully soon-to-be passage of the 3-year budget by Iraq. And I know this might sound premature, or I don't know what the right word is, but I think about it. I look at the budget, and if I have my information right, I understand that it's based on a certain amount of production at a $70 barrel of oil. Well, has Iraq thought about what's it going to do if oil is above $70? And wouldn't this be a good time to think about, well, can we create some kind of mechanism that when oil is above $70, that extra increment goes into a fund which could either de-risk bigger flows of private capital into Iraq, or could be make investments that are consistent with energy transition, diversifying the economy, lowering the carbon footprint of your oil. All of these forward-looking things, I think there's a real need, and it's a great time for Iraq to think in that direction. Thank you.
Megan, thank you. And just a reminder that when we get to the question and answer session, you can submit questions, and I will see them here on the board and try to get to as many as we can in the hour. I'd like to turn to Deputy Minister El-Shahar. If you could tell us, please, how you see your ministry's top priorities for the coming year, what you see as the challenges, and how do you take into account the opportunity of the energy transition? Do you see it as an opportunity, or do you see it as a challenge or a luxury that Iraq cannot afford, to pick up on what Megan was saying?
First of all, I'm so happy to be here with this wonderful event, and I would like to appreciate a kind invitation I received from leaders of this university, and I would like to also to thank everyone participated preparing this wonderful event. When we speak about Ministry of Oil in Iraq, we speak about history of 100 years or plus, few years. Oil sector in Iraq is very important to Iraq to finance federal budget. The last 20 years, Ministry of Oil put in the pool mostly 95% of Iraqi budget, and you can imagine the figure of that to help to rebuilding our country. Ministry of Oil, or Iraq, number 4th in the world as a reserve, oil reserve. Number 2 in OPEC oil production. So that reflect challenges which we face. We should improve and enhance oil production from our oil field and upstream activities. We should match international demand of oil and to keep balance between consumers and producers with a good relationship with all of them. We are one of the important producers in the world, and Iraq is very important to main consumers in East and West. We have a lot of oil fields and upstream activities. We would like to develop and to increase the production, but according to this balance which I spoke about it. Also, we need to keep our outlets of exportation, I mean oil terminals and pipeline, and diversity of this pipeline to other countries, not only in Basra oil terminals. Of course, in upstream activities, we try to balance few things which is related with quantity of oil production and to reduce the cost of that, of each barrel, and to improve quality of crude oil. Less water, less sulfur, less sands or any other content. They don't like it or they don't accept it as consumers. The second sector, which very important in Ministry of Oil, is the refinery sector. Nowadays, we have a capacity of refining 800,000 barrels per day. But as you know, or at least specialists, they know, our refineries, it's old, and the capacity approximately 50% of it heavy fuel oil production. So it is not a secret to inform you, we import products as gasoline or gas oil or even kerosene. We have a good project to develop refining sector in Iraq. One of those very important and very close to commencement of operation, it is Karbala refinery, which is very unique, modern refinery. We speak about 150,000 barrels per day, or a 5 standard, which is, we should commence operation of Karbala refinery within next 2 months. Second project in refinery is important, is FCC unit in Shu'aiba and Basra refinery, which is very complicated, constructed by Japanese companies. It is very complicated, very unique, and we can refining heavy fuel oil and produce light gasoline and kerosene and gas oil. We have other also in the refining sector, other very important project, and we wait to commence that operation in Basra refinery, unit number 4, which is a capacity of 80,000 barrels per day. As you know, there is other challenges to maintain old refinery in Beiji and Dora and to add more capacity for that, to matching a domestic market. And we hope we can cover most of Iraqi demand within this year by those projects, inshallah. Third sector in Ministry of Oil is a gas sector. Gas sector is a process gas, and mostly of our gas production, it is associated gas. Since 15 or more than 15 years ago, Ministry of Oil set up a new plan to capture a gas, and we started with Gas Master Plan 2005. How can we gathering this gas and to capture it, not to flare it? Our first project, it was Shell Mitsubishi South Gas Company project. We speak about, and our commitment, 2 BCF of gas. We started in 2013, commencement of operation of that project with 250 million SCF. Now we reached 1 BCF plus, which is good progress really, and also there is a few other projects in Nasriya with GE Baker Hughes project and with Halfaya in Misan. We speak approximately about 300 million SCF capturing gas, and there is other project with Total 2 phases of gas, each phase 300 million SCF. First stage from West Gorna 2 and Majnoon and Artawi, and second stage from Luhays, Sabba and Bin Umar. Flaring gas, it is not wise from, as you know, from 2 different purposes. It is to capture gas, it is good for environment. It is good for economic side as well. The fourth sector, and we face challenges also, it is the distribution sector. After the instability of security and security concern, it was a smuggling of oil from pipeline, and they destroy by bombing by Daesh, IS, Al-Qaeda as well, many of pipeline in Iraq, and Ministry of Oil would like to rehabilitate that as soon as possible. And also our depots and tanks in north and west destroyed by Daesh, and Ministry of Oil insisted to rebuild that for more capacity, more flexibility to distribute products for Iraqi domestic market. And I think that's enough.
Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive overview. Thank you for the comprehensive overview of the priorities and challenges of the ministry. That was a lot of material. I'd like to ask Deputy Minister Mufti, tell us about your priorities and challenges here in the KRG in the energy industry, and what about the energy transition? Again, I come back to Megan's terminology. Is there an appreciation and integration of climate into KRG energy policies, or is that a luxury that can't be afforded at this point?
Well, thank you. I think the answer to this question is first, what is transition? There is no one solution in energy transition. The energy transition in Iraq might be very different than a neighboring country. It depends on your resources, it depends on your management model, it depends on your jurisdiction. However, I thank His Excellency Mr. Laith. He gave a very detailed picture. If you allow me, I would like to give more a macro picture with a helicopter view, where we are, where we go, and what are the challenges. In my opinion, Iraq is facing, and when I say Iraq, I mean also Kurdistan, we face some very serious challenges, and these challenges are possible to be faced with an adequate method and understanding. First is the climate. Okay, in my opinion, the oil needs a mindset. The perception in this room about oil is revenue is dollar. When we make policy, we focus on revenue. We focus how to increase revenue. We don't focus how to optimize the cost. Plus, when we see energy, there is no oil only. In 70s, Mr. Abdullah may agree with me, he is an old engineer in drilling. In 70s, the engineer came back to the investor, said, "Sir, we have good news and bad news. The good news is there is no gas. And bad news, there was no oil." Gas was a headache. But these days, gas is resource. Gas is potential. So a picture of energy, it is climate, and I fully agree with the comments you made about the carbon and the carbon footprint of Iraq, the gas, and then the oil. This classic perception of oil industry needs a mindset. We all. So for example, if I ask, what is a barrel of oil? Everybody has an image. But what is gas? Believe me if I say, what is BCF? What is BCM? What is BTU? Nobody knows. Only very special people. So gas is different. Unfortunately, you can't truck gas. You cannot put gas in a barrel and sell it. But gas is a solution. It provides a lot of solutions to the energy sector. His Excellency, the Prime Minister Sudani, made a comment about planting trees. The trees that you can equivalent to planting trees, if you cut the flare of Iraq, 1 BCF we flare, correct me if I'm wrong, 1 BCF, if you cut it, it's equivalent to 20 million trees you planted per year. And so we need to make the climate more understandable, because it's not only 2 ministries running this portfolio. It is a multi-stakeholders portfolio. We need to translate everything to oil equivalent to make it easier for people to understand. So if we say 1 BCF is burned, we need to make it equivalent to oil. That's equivalent to at least 300,000 barrels of oil, and so on. So the mindset of the energy transition, and I don't talk about the global transition because every country has its own agenda to make the transition happen. I think that gas is one of the beautiful and clean tools to make the transition happen of the energy. And unfortunately, today, I made some simple calculation, just rule of thumb, if I may allow to give some numbers. Today, to make Iraq 24-hour free of, 24-hour full supply of electricity, we need about 10 BCF of gas. Correct? Yes. So Iraq, together with Kurdistan, we produce 2 BCF. We have a huge gap of 8 BCF. There is sometimes we think the model of management, it's critical. How you manage. We are all bureaucrats. I'm deputy minister, I'm under rules, regulations, laws, and this doesn't give me the full freedom to decide sometimes how to make it. My opinion is we need the IOCs. International oil companies are partners. We need them, we need to regulate them. Plus, the biggest challenge we face in the industry after the climate, after the transition, is the job creation. Upstream does not create jobs. So the key to face this challenge is downstream. Petrochemicals, refineries, and I fully agree with you that we need to focus on the refineries to increase the local demand, and it creates a lot of jobs. There is a small project that happened, and I like to use it as an example for today. In Germian, where we produce oil, there was 40 million scf of gas every day flaring. We catched it. We converted 260 megawatt of electricity. And that provided us a cut-off footprint of 800 metric tons CO2 every day. It's a small one. It's like 0.04 BCF. So these terms BCF, BCM, scf, in Kurdish and in Arabic we say maqmaq, so it's this is another one. So it's a small one, but 800 metric tons CO2 cut. And that was happened. Why? Because we had a very efficient model to decide on that. The Minister of Oil is acting minister, and he's also Minister of Electricity. And he was supporting this, and we managed it in 7 months. So nothing is impossible, and I like to not to go back why gas is, I don't like to use the word mismanaged or whatever people say. There is a new window for opportunity to capture the gas, and I really appreciate the speech of His Excellency, Mr. Sudani, about the ambitions of Iraq to catch the flare. Because this is boosting the energy sector, and it will have an added value to the climate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to come to Abdullah Al-Qadi. You have experience here in Iraq, in the Kurdistan region, in both oil and gas with your companies. How do you see, as someone in the private sector who's been invested in Iraq and in the Kurdistan region, how do you assess the opportunities and risks for investors? And when we're talking about climate transition, renewables, do you see opportunity in that sector as well?
I don't know how to make it work. What do I need to do? That's all. Okay, I think now. Thank you, Andrew, for this question. It's quite interesting, and it's quite interesting to answer it after I heard from both His Excellency, Mr. Layth al-Shar, and His Excellency, Mr. Ahmed al-Mufti. But if you would allow me, please, to address the audience in Arabic, if that's okay with you. I just feel more comfortable speaking in Arabic, actually, nevertheless. في البداية أود أن أتقدم بشكري إلى فخامة الرئيس برهم صالح وإلى الفريق الذي نظم هذا المؤتمر الرائع حقيقة البديع. أول مشاركة لي أنا شخصيا في هذا المنتدى، وحجم سعادتي بالحضور اليوم توازي حجم سعادتي بعدم السعادة لأنني افتقدت الست جلسات السابقة، بس إن شاء الله من الجلسات القادمة نكون من المشاركين دائما وأبدا. واقع الأمر العراق هذا البلد العظيم الذي حباه الله بكل الثروات. نحن اليوم لا نتحدث عن ثروات العراق، نتحدث فقط عن ثروة النفط والغاز. الثروة التي يمتلكها العراق من شماله إلى جنوبه، من شرقه إلى غربه. ما يستثمر منها هو جزء بسيط جدا جدا، وما يمتلكه العراق من مقومات حقيقة سواء في قطاع النفط أو الغاز. نتحدث عن الغاز يمكن تحديدا إجابة على سؤال أندرو. من الممكن حقيقة زيادته إلى مستويات عالية، من الممكن الوصول إلى أرقام عالية قريبة من الرقم اللي ذكره الأستاذ أحمد المفتي، 10 BCF في اليوم، يعني 10,000 مقمق باللغة اللغة النفطية الدارجة. نعم 10,000 مقمق. ممكن الوصول إلى رقم قريب منه حسب التقديرات الحالية. ما يمكن إنتاجه للعراق سواء من الغاز المصاحب إذا تم إن شاء الله يعني إمكانية يعني إيقاف هدره وحرقه، إضافة إلى الغاز الحر في حقول كردستان وحقول الغرب مثل حقل العكاز وحقل المنصورية وحقل سيبة، ممكن الوصول لحوالي تقريبا 7,500 مقمق، يعني طبعا القدرة القصوى. ولكن وزارة النفط حسب علمي ناوية بالقيام بمناقصة لجولة تراخيص جديدة السادسة متعلقة بالمناطق الحدودية تحديدا الغازية في المناطق الغربية والشمالية كذلك، في اعتقاد أنه سيتم استكشاف كميات أكبر من الغاز، وبالتالي سيمكن للعراق أن يوفر كميات عالية من الغاز. هذا فيما يخص جزئية ما يمتلكه العراق من ثروة جزئية. كيف يمكن استغلال هذه الثروة التي حباها الله لهذا البلد العظيم؟ العراق حقيقة مثل أي بلد آخر في العالم يحتاج إلى عاملين رئيسيين من أجل النجاح في الاستثمار في هذه الثروات وتمكين شعبه حقيقة من هذه الثروات بشكل مناسب. العامل الأول هو التشريعات والقوانين. لا بد للدولة أن تضع تشريعات وقوانين التي تساعد المساهمين وتساعد المستثمرين سواء كانوا من داخل البلد أو من خارج البلد. نحن مثلا كشركة إماراتية ذو جذور عراقية بأي حال من الأحوال، ولكن نحن شركة إماراتية، أنا شخص إماراتي. إذا رغبت للقدوم إلى العراق، هذا بلدي الدرجة الأولى، يعني أنا أنظر للعراق كبلد، لا أنظر له أنني زائر لبلد آخر. حتى ساعات أنني أستاء عندما أجدهم يضعوا لي مثلا التأشيرة على الجواز، يعني على أي حال. ما أود قوله هنا أنه عندما أتي إلى هذا البلد أريد أن أطمن أن هناك القوانين والتشريعات التي تضمن لي كمستثمر القيام بالأعمال التي أنوي القيام بها من أجل استثمار هذه الطاقة الموجودة في البلد. في اعتقادي أن هذه الجزئية تحتاج إلى عمل أكثر. نتمنى أنه إن شاء الله هذه الجزئية يمكن تلافيها مستقبلا. أنا على إيمان كامل برغبة وقدرة الحكومة الحالية في العراق بقيادة السيد محمد شيع السوداني وفريقه العامل على فعلا تصحيح هذه النقطة. العامل الآخر هو تشجيع القطاع الخاص والنظر له كمساهم، كشريك، كما ذكر الأخ أحمد، كبارتنر، شريك، وليس كخادم أو مقاول. لأنه في الحالة هذه حقيقة إذا نظر له كمقاول هو ينظر إلى مصلحة وقتية ومن ثم الاختفاء، بينما إذا نظر له كشريك سينظر إلى الجانبين الربح والخسارة. لا يمكن فقط للمساهم أن ينظر له كمقاول. هذا في رأيي مع احترامي حقيقة لآراء التي قد لا تتفق مع هذا الرأي، لكن الشراكة دائما هي أفضل وأقصر وأضمن الطرق للنجاح في أي مشروع. إذا أتيت واستثمرت أنا مبلغ مليار أو مليارين في هذا البلد أو في أي بلد ووجدت القوانين الضامنة لهذا الاستثمار، ووجدت أن مثلا الأمور الأخرى الساندة كموضوع مثلا الأمن وموضوع مثلا البيروقراطية ممكن تجاوزها وحلها. العامل الآخر الذي يهمني حقيقة أن شريكي في البلد، سواء كانت وزارة النفط في بغداد أو وزارة الثروة الطبيعية في الإقليم أو أي جهة أخرى، تنظر لي كشريك، تتعامل معي كشريك. هذه نقطة جدا مهمة في رأيك. فما أراه أن العراق يمتلك قدرات هائلة وهائلة جدا، ويمكن له الوصول بسهولة نظريا، قد ربما عمليا تحتاج إلى مجهود أكبر، لكن نظريا بسهولة إلى تحقيق أهدافه بالاكتفاء الاكتفاء إلى قدر كبير، حوالي 80% من احتياجاته إلى الغاز. ويمكن حقيقة مع هذا الاكتفاء خلق آلاف فرص العمل للشباب العراقي في الشمال وفي الجنوب. ممكن حل أيضا مشاكل مجتمعية التي قد ربما الدولة تواجهها في بعض المناطق الساخنة، عندما يقوم الشريك المستثمر بالعمل في هذه المناطق وتوظيف شباب وشابات أهل المناطق هذه واستخدامهم كعامل تحفيز وعامل دعم، عوضا أن يكونوا عامل حقيقة هدم وتخريب. فما نتمناه أن تكون هذه الحكومة بإذن الله تعالى على قدر الآمال في تحقيق هذه الأهداف. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Abdallah. Ambassador, you are ambassador of a very important country with a long history in Iraq. You engage the government in the region every day in terms of your priorities in the Middle East. How does energy factor into your engagement with the Iraqi government and the Iraqi Kurdistan region?
Andrew, thank you very much for the opportunity to engage on energy. It's clearly a central question to Iraq, and thank you to the American University for this opportunity. It's the first Suli Forum I've managed to attend, I hope not the last. As you said, this question about energy security is central, frankly, to all countries. And this balance that some of the panel have been talking about between our climate goals and our energy goals is a balance that all of us have to strike. Only last month in the United Kingdom, we established a new ministry for energy security and net zero to try and work out how to bring these objectives together. And I think part of the challenge all of us face, and it definitely applies here in Iraq, is how we align those two goals at the same time. How do we make decisions that balance the short-term pressures in terms of energy security, food security, water security, with our long-term goals of inclusive growth and a decarbonised economy? And that requires a series of trade-offs and a series of very integrated, coordinated policy making. And I think that's part of the challenge Iraq faces in terms of its energy and economy transition. I would say, Iraq is incredibly dependent on the oil and gas sector. I hesitate to debate figures with the rest of the panel, but I think we see 98% of exports are oil and gas. 85% of government revenue is from the oil and gas sector, and the vast majority of employment is in the public sector dependent upon that revenue. So this isn't just about energy transition, it's about moving the whole economy of Iraq into a new space. And I very much agree with my colleague that it's about creating a private sector that can add more and complement what is happening on oil and gas. A private sector that makes the most in terms of secondary industries from oil and gas, but also moves well beyond oil and gas to mass employment sectors, to more opportunities and genuinely fresh sources of revenue. And there's a lot that will need to happen to enable that. We would prioritise sort of banking reform, financial services, and a whole load of changes to investment legislation and other measures to attract investment from overseas into Iraq. In terms of how that relates to the energy sector, as you said, Iraq has some choices to balance its engagement in energy and its plans with its climate priorities. The Prime Minister mentioned this morning the event in Basra earlier this week, but we know that Iraq will be one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world and is already the second largest producer of methane in the world and is facing acute water, food and other shortages over the coming years. And Iraq has the potential to combine some of its engagement in these space that, as I say, aligns its priorities We know that it can take advantage of the opportunities in front of it in terms of energy. We've talked a lot about gas capture, but Iraq, I think, is flaring actually 1.7 billion cubic feet of gas, and it's at the same time already importing 1 billion cubic feet of gas from Iran. So it could save and profit from $2.5 billion a year simply by capturing its gas and stopping importing gas when it has sufficient domestic production. It has significant potential in renewables, in solar, and again, starting with the previous government and continuing in this government, there are ambitious commitments, over 12 gigawatts of projects to generate solar, but those need to move pretty quickly from discussions and proposals to concrete delivery if we're going to see the full benefits of that for Iraq. And it needs that stable platform that some of the panel have spoken about in terms of allowing investment, having both the budget law, which we hope will be agreed soon, having the hydrocarbons law, and having an investment basis that will enable the international community to come in behind that. So I want to give a chance to move to the questions, but in terms of your sort of question to me as to where does energy fit in, at the moment, I think we see a country that is heavily dependent on oil and gas. Its entire economy is based on it. It's impossible to escape that. And two of the biggest challenges it faces are around energy and economic transition moving forward. And certainly all of us in the international community really want to support Iraq with that transition. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. We're going to turn to questions, so please submit them via the QR code. I'm going to ask one just to kick us off while we get a few in the queue, and if you could give short answers. These have been rich presentations, very detailed, very analytical, but we want to try to get a number of questions in. I first want to ask about Iran. Iran is a major player here in the region. It's also a major energy player. And if there were some type of nuclear deal with Iran or not, that has an impact on the energy situation and may have an impact even here in Iraq. Let me start with Megan again quickly. If you could, I know it's hard to disentangle the energy issues from Iran from some of the political and strategic issues, but if you could give your kind of take on what you see the impact of a nuclear deal, not a nuclear deal with regard to Iran's oil and gas capabilities, including here in Iraq.
Thank you, Andrew. So I see really two parts of this question. Is one, would a nuclear deal have, what kind of impact would it have? And then implicit in that, but I think equally or maybe even more important, is just how likely is such a deal in the short term? So I think the first part can be dealt with quite quickly in the sense that obviously there would be a significant impact in the sense that if Iran were not just able to, but also encouraged to bring its oil and gas into the global markets, that would be, depending on your perspective, but that would certainly have an impact on the price and have an impact on the flows of energy. The actual fact is that Iran's oil has been flowing, even though it is sanctioned by the United States. The United States and other countries have not really implemented the sanctions as much as they might have been implemented. So that's one thing to watch, actually, is could things move in the other direction where the Biden administration and other governments decide, for whatever reason, that they're going to put more focus on implementing the sanctions that have been put in place. The second part of the question about how likely is some kind of deal, I don't like to be a glass half full person, since we've been using that terminology a bit. It's hard from an American perspective to see how the current situation would be conducive to a successful deal right now. I don't want to, diminish the fact that the deal between Saudi Arabia and Iran hopefully will bring down tensions in the region and could change some dynamics in a fundamental way. So I think there's certainly that opportunity. But when I think about some of the impediments to a deal, they're in Tehran and they're in Washington, D.C., and they have to do with domestic politics. And I think many of those dynamics have not changed. So it is a little difficult for me to see how this current environment ends up in producing a nuclear accord of some type, particularly when the real focus, I think, in Washington has shifted to just the extremely high levels of enrichment of uranium that the Iranians are currently doing. The one thing I would say, and I don't want to leave people with the impression, I mean, actually my feeling is that the US foreign policy towards Iran has primarily been in spite of oil rather than because of oil. But certainly when I look at global markets, I can see a potential in the coming year when a number of factors could conspire to produce a higher oil price. I know the oil price is coming down a little bit right now, but the combination of Chinese demand coming back on the market, big question marks around continued levels of Russian production, and very kind of suboptimal levels, or not a lot of investment in oil, new oil around the world could create upward pressure on the price. And that always, gets people talking about opportunities to find some kind of diplomatic understanding with Iran and other countries that might be able to bring more oil to market. But right now, I'm not particularly optimistic.
Let me ask His Excellency Deputy Minister Ashahar on this point. Is Iraq having success, and do you think it's possible to reduce imports of Iranian gas? And how satisfied are you at this point with the steps toward integration with some of the Gulf states to provide gas alternative? And again, we only have 5 minutes, and I'd like to get some I know it's a big question, but a short answer, but I wanted to get your take on this.
Gas industry is more complicated than oil industry, as you know. Of course, we have a potential reservoir to produce gas from free gas geological formations in western of Iraq, and it is good to produce more gas for exporting gas. First of all, we should matching our demand domestically. Ministry of Electricity ask for more gas and more, and electricity power is very important to rebuild Iraq and to operate our factories and even for other purposes, activities in Iraq. And gas also, it's important for our vision to establish a petrochemical industry in Iraq, which could provide a good opportunity for another industries in Iraq. It's like a gate for other industries in Iraq. So if we reach, as my colleagues say, 10 or 8 billion scf per day, there is a high potential to export gas. Now we're thinking to export gas by a new method from Basra Gas Company, mostly LPG and condensate, and we try to minimize the degrees less than and less, but as you know, it needs investment until we reach LNG plants in Iraq. For pipeline, if we have a target to reach Europe countries by gas, and there is really a good demand there. So for geopolitical side, it is not very optimistic picture nowadays. We hope, inshallah, it goes better day by day, and to thinking about export by pipeline to Mediterranean Sea countries, to Italy, Greece, or other countries. in Europe and join a network in Europe. If we achieve that, of course, that need a lot of money as investment in gas industry. We hope, and our target to make this gas good for Iraq, for Iraqi people, good for prosperity, and to develop gas sector and other sectors, as I mentioned, other industries. So it is a big challenge, but it seems for me, it's a quite good potential future for Iraq to reach such level of gas industry.
I have a question here, and again, we've only got about 2 minutes left. Excellency Deputy Minister Ahmed Mufti, there was a further question on the KRG gas resources. What is kind of your message to those who are looking to invest in this sector in Iraq, picking up on some of the things that Mr. Al-Qadi said?
Yes. We cannot have a paradox of policy. Okay? Let's talk about Iraq in general, and then I will comment 1 minute on Kurdistan. You cannot import gas and have export ambitions. You cannot have a super high demand, because we are public servants, we want to serve people. 24-hour electricity is a basic right. To give them that, we need to produce 10 billion cubic feet, 10 BCF of gas. Today we produce only 2. So there is a gap of 8 BCF. But this is not so pessimistic. There are resources, there are willingness, and I think it's all about how efficient the policymakers can manage such a portfolio. Kurdistan's gas is increased in the last 2 or 3 years. Actually, we need to thank, there is a village in Kurdistan called Qadir Karam. All this electricity is coming from the gas from Qadir Karam. And Qadir Karam in the 80s, I think, was under Anfal campaign, so there was only 1 person left during the Saddam's regime. My personal opinion, gas is first service, is domestic demand. Today we sit here 10 kilometers away, 3,000 metric tons of HFO is on daily basis is burned. God knows how many CO2s goes to the sky. So let's replace this all by the gas, and there is a lot of gas, upstream potentials, low-hanging fruit, for example, Akkas. And for example, the other fields which Mr. Laith is much more knowledgeable than myself about the geology of these fields. It's all about willingness. It's all about willingness, and there is possibility. Iraq is rich in resources. We have every year thousands of engineers graduated from top universities, and I think there is every single tool available to reach that target. The question is how, and we all need to agree on it.
I'm failing as a moderator by not keeping on time, but we have such great panelists. I'm just going to get to 2 more questions, if that's okay, Your Excellency. 1 question for 2. Okay, there are different types of questions. I was going to ask, there was a question here for the ambassador about how has the Chinese role, including the Iran-Saudi brokerage deal, how does this affect the energy calculation in the region?
I think I'm going to need more time to think about it as well as answer the question. But briefly, look, the Iran-Saudi deal is positive, however you look at it. I think China played a role over the last few years. Everyone, I think, has been encouraging this kind of approach and lowering of the tensions. Iraq has played a very positive role in that. It has to be a positive step to reduce those tensions, encourage some kind of normalization. But the next step is part of this broader agenda in terms of concrete steps to de-escalate from Iran and to enable us to move beyond the phase we're in now to a phase where we can talk about genuine, economic cooperation across the region, normalization, and sort of further moving forward. So this is definitely a really positive step. I think it hopefully moves us further forward, but there's a long way to go. We haven't listed all the political challenges, but whether it's on Iran's support for Russia's war in Ukraine, whether it's for their nuclear enrichment, or in our case, their threatening attacks inside the United Kingdom, there's a lot more to be done before Iran is playing a full constructive role in the region, but it's positive.
Very good. Mr. Abdullah, in 15 seconds. I feel bad we didn't come back to you for...
I just wanted actually to comment on what His Excellency Mr. Layth al-Shar and His Excellency Ahmed al-Mufti just mentioned earlier about the Iraq potential in terms of availability of gas on ground. The gas on ground is massive. And all what Iraq needs is to have the will, the plan to actually, exploit that gas. That's all what it needs really in terms of opportunity. The opportunity exists. It just needs the people who will make it happen. And when it happens, really, it will be a true, really change for Iraq in terms of energy independence and in terms also of improving the economy by creating jobs and by helping those poorer areas. Gas mostly, as actually, subhanAllah, is in areas where they are poorer than other parts of Iraq. So I think Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put the oil in the south and some in Kirkuk, but the gas in other areas actually, in Anbar, in Sulaimani, and in Diyala. And that's really where Iraq needs to focus on. And it can do it. It's not really an impossible. It has been done in countries that are far less capable than Iraq in terms of manpower, in terms of financial capabilities, and even in terms of institutions. So nothing is missing for Iraq to make it happen. The will is there, and inshallah with people like Kak Ahmed and Ustad Layth and the remaining really leaders in the oil industry, it will happen. And we as a private company, we would like to see ourselves as a partner helping. We've been helping Kurdistan for the last 16 years. In Qadir Karam, where Ustad Ahmed mentioned that one man was there. Now there are thousands of people there. We have created hundreds of jobs, and now we just signed recent contracts for gas in Diyala. So we'll be partnering with Mr. Layth and his team, and inshallah we will duplicate the work that we did in Qadir Karam and we'll make it even better. Thank you so much. Sorry for that.
This has been a fantastic panel. I'm feeling some guilt about going over, but it's mitigated by such a rich conversation with some brilliant policymakers, distinguished diplomats, private sector leaders, and an expert and former policymaker with Megan. Thank you for a great conversation. Thank you, audience. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you, everyone. Our next session is entitled 20 Years Later, Reflections on Iraq, Past, Present, and Future. Our moderator is Mr. Haidar al-Shakiri, Research Associate at Chatham House. Mr. al-Shakiri is going to introduce the speakers. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for staying this late. This is the last session of this day at the Sulaimani Forum. We had some great conversations throughout the day, and we look forward to reflect not only on today, but on the past 20 years as well. So my name is Haidar Shakiri. I'm a research associate with Chatham House. I'm joined here by 4 wonderful speakers. We'll discuss many issues related to the aspirations and what have we learned from the past 20 years and how we can move forward. So 20 years ago, Iraq was invaded by a US-UK-led coalition. Then it was followed by an occupation. Many wrong choices, many wrong decisions were taken throughout these times. This led to civil wars. This led to a complicated political process that ended up in a muhassasa system, which caused corruption of a political elite that stayed in power. This corruption has caused 1/3 of Iraq to fall into ISIS. And this also caused a lot of disillusionment across the country. In 2011 and 2015, 2019, many have protested against the system, against muhasasa, against the political elite. So throughout all these times, lives were lost. Millions of Iraqis died throughout because of the invasion 20 years ago, because of bad decisions throughout. So now, 20 years later, in a country that is young, 60% of the population is under the age of 25, what have we learned, and how do we move forward? With me today, I have 4 excellent panelists, and we will discuss different sectors where we will focus on how to improve the situation further and what did we learn from the previous experiences. We have Samia Shingali, who is a Yazidi activist and human rights defender. We have Shivan Fazal, who's a researcher at the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. We have Zahra Kadhim al-Sadr, who's the vice president of the General Committee of the National Wisdom Movement. And we have Sajjad Chiat, who's an analyst, an Iraq analyst, and a research fellow at the Century Foundation. I will not take too much time speaking. I will refer to our panelists with questions right away to try and provoke a conversation and lessons for the future. So we'll start with Samia. My question will be in Arabic. سامية بآخر 20 سنة المجتمع اليزيدي بالعراق والعديد من الأقليات بالعراق لاقوا إهمال كبير. هذا الإهمال قل وصار اكو اهتمام بالمجتمع اليزيدي خاصة وبالأقليات بصورة عامة خاصة بعد احتلال داعش للعراق أو اللي يثوث العراق. كان فيه اهتمام دولي، كان يوجد اتفاقيات بين الأطراف المختلفة، وكان هناك تركيز كثير على القضية اليزيدية على سنجار. شلون تشوفين الوضع حالياً وشنو ممكن نتعلم من هاي التجربة؟
نعم، شكراً جزيلاً حيدر. أهلاً وسهلاً بحضور الكرام مع حفظ الألقاب. طبعاً هذه الأسئلة يعني أغلبية المتحدثين كانوا يتحدثون عن انتهاء الحرب ما بعد 20 سنة، وحقيقة إذا حالياً نحكي الواقع ما زلنا في الحرب، يعني الحرب ما انتهت، وحاليا دا نعيش بأصعب المراحل. الحرب النفسية حاليا دا يعيشون أغلبية المناطق اللي كانوا متضررين من قبل تنظيم داعش الإرهابي، ما كانوا يسمون المناطق المتنازعة عليها، ومنها سنجار. حاليا دا يعيشون حرب نفسية، وحرب النفسية لها آثار أكثر أضعاف من الحروب القتالية. من شفنا هذا الدعم من الدول والأمم المتحدة حقيقة ما وصلوا لدرجة أو لمستوى من المعاناة اللي تعرضوا له الإيزيديين على يد تنظيم داعش الإرهابي. يعني إلى حد الآن أكثر من 80 مقبرة جماعية في قضاء سنجار في قرى ومجمعات التابعة لسنجار لم يتم الاكتشاف على هوياتهم، وأهاليهم ينتظرون رفات شهدائهم. هذه أولاً. ثانياً 75% من أهالي سنجار يعيشون في مخيمات كردستان، وهم يعانون من أبسط مقومات الحياة. يعني الإنسان من أبسط حقوقه يعيش بالسلامة وبكرامة في وطنه، بينما هم يعيشون تحت قطعة نايلون. هذا واقع الحال. أيضاً عندنا أكثر من 2700 مختطفة يزيدية، وحقيقة نشوف بعض الخطابات من الحكومة ومن الأمم المتحدة هذا الشيء ما موجود بالواقع أصلاً. أنه دا يوفرون الخدمات في سنجار، ماكو دعم من الحكومة. ميزانية سنجار صار لهم 8 سنوات دا يقولون أنه ميزانيتها مجمدة، واللي دا يعودون كعودة طوعية إلى سنجار أيضا يعتمدون على نفسهم، ماكو خدمات أساسية اللي يعني تعتبر كاحتياجات أساسية للإنسان. فهذا دا نشوف أنه آثار الحرب موجودة، وحرب النفسية أكثر بكثير من الحرب القتالية، وأهالي سنجار دا يعيشون هاي. ونقطة كلش مهمة أريد أذكرها هنا، احنا استمعنا للحكومة، ومع الأسف كالعادة الحكومة ما استمعت لآراء الشباب، وهذه كلش صعبة أنه ما دا يهتمون لآراء الشباب. احنا كجيل كقادة موجودين هنا كنا نتمنى أنه الحكومة أيضا تهتم بآرائنا، تهتم بهذه المناقشات، ولكن مع الأسف وهذه تعتبر على عدم النجاح لبناء الدولة وبناء المجتمعات، عدم اهتمام بطاقات الشبابية وفئة الشبابية. النقطة المهمة اللي أنا ردت أذكرها، رؤساء الوزراء كانوا موجودين 4 منهم تغيروا كل سنة في دورات البرلمانية المتتالية، ما قدروا يعينون قائم في قضاء سنجار. وهذه أيضا يعني يعانون أهالي سنجار بعدم توفير الخدمات، وأيضا عدم وجود دوائر حكومية، وإذا عندنا دوائر حكومية أيضا ما عندهم هذا الدور اللي مفروض يمارسون دورهم بشكل طبيعي أو يخدمون المجتمع. فهذه حقيقة نشوف الصعوبات والمعاناة مستمرة، والحرب ما زالت موجودة. ومثل ما ذكرت كونك اختصاص في علم النفس، أنه الحرب النفسية لها آثار أكثر بكثير من الحروب القتالية.
شكرا جزيلا. أكيد احنا لازم نفكر أيضا في حلول وكيفية دعم المجتمع اليزيدي حتى يدعم نفسه بنفسه، ويدعم نفسه ويمثل نفسه بالعملية السياسية. فهي شيء ممكن نرجع له بعدين ونناقشه بعدين. هسه ننتقل إلى شفان. كاك شفان, they hear us but they do not listen to us. This was a report that you wrote a while back about the protest movement in Iraq and the KRI and the different aspirations of the younger generation. How do you see the young generation now, and how do you see their involvement within the decision-making process?
Thank you, Haider. It's a pleasure to be here, and also along with my co-panelists. So that particular work that you referenced, actually, it's about the narratives of hope and despair of the young generation in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. We actually, in that work, focused mostly on university students across the different provinces of the Kurdistan region to understand what are the sort of challenges they are facing that culminates more often than not in be it protest movement or illegal migration and what have you. So it's very important that we get it right and understand that despite the progress that has been achieved and the relative peace and prosperity in the Kurdistan region and the springing up of various universities, be it private or public, the curriculum and the education program has more or less stayed the same. That is basically emphasis on rote learning, memorization, rather than problem solving and critical thinking and analysis. So in a nutshell, university education no longer prepares young people for the day after, or for the life after university or after education. So that is one crucial aspect of that kind of feeds into these narratives of despair in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. The other aspect is of the education system, it's also what I call it the long-standing mismatch. So the curriculum doesn't have the elements and the skills and the disciplines that would help students and prepare them for the job market in Iraq, including the Kurdistan region. So now I mentioned the economy. So Iraq's economy, including the Kurdistan region, is very much dependent on oil or oil rents. It hasn't diversified away from oil. So the expectation from young graduates in the Kurdistan region is to find jobs in the private sector, but they have not been equipped with the tools and the skills that would help them to achieve that. The second aspect of that is also related to cultural shift. There still needs to be a cultural aversion in the Kurdistan region as part of Iraq proper as well. Many people would still prefer, perhaps, if they were given the choice, to work in the public sector for various reasons. So it's about this working habit that people don't want to change. So it's just comforting that to have a permanent employment without so much kind of expectations at the end of the year, for example. What are your performance? What are you supposed to be delivering? But I said a lot about perhaps the education and economy. Perhaps I should also say a word or two about the political system as well. And we are here reflecting on 20 years of Iraq war, where the Kurds and the Kurdistan region of Iraq were largely seen as the winners of that intervention, because it remained remarkably quiescent, and it embarked on a decade or more, actually, of relative peace and prosperity that provided the foundations for what has been achieved and built over the successive 2 decades since the intervention. However, in the long run, we have also seen, perhaps more in the more recent years, that Iraqi Kurdistan also starts to share perhaps similar challenges that we have seen in the past 5, 6, 7 years in the rest of the country, whether it's the youth bulge and the youth despair that kind of plays out and culminates in protest movements that are often violent and disturbing, whether it's also illegal migration and so on. But it's also the decline of a trust and institutions of governance that also kind of shows that while the population has grown, while the expectation of the population has grown, the institutions and the public sector is no longer equipped and is not able to provide and cater for the needs of this largely young and steadily growing population. And that can be seen on perhaps more so in the far-flung and mid-sized towns around the main provinces of the Kurdistan region, but also how in the economic model that it was adopted and embarked on after 2003, perhaps it did not anticipate a fair and equitable distribution of that. And that's why when you have the shocks to that system from the beginning of 2014 and onward, and then the austerity policies and measures to save what was left of that economy, you could say that these days it has widened the gap, and also resentment and in some sorts, including among the younger generation in the Kurdistan region.
Thank you very much. And I think talking to those young people in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, maybe they'll be happy to hear that Iraq now is providing hundreds of thousands of jobs in our new budget to young people and young graduates. So I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but this is something that's happening, and the government is implementing this strategy. We also need to think a bit about how to engage young people in the political process, how to involve them in the political process in order so that they can contribute to their own, to the decisions of their own lives in the future. Moving on to Zahra, and I'll switch to Arabic as well. So Zahra, احنا حاليا عندنا نظام سياسي جديد انبثق من انتخابات العام الماضي، وسمعنا وعود كثيرة خلال الجلسات السابقة اليوم، وكان في العديد من الوزارات تكلمنا معهم وشفنا يعني خطط وشفنا وعود. هذا النظام الحالي هو نفس الوجوه وتقريبا نفس النظام ونفس الطرق اللي كانت تستعمل خلال 20 سنة السابقة. كيف ممكن هذا النظام برأيك يغير أو يمهد للإصلاح في السنوات المقبلة؟
شكرا حيدر. راح أبدي بمثال بسيط يمكن هو يعني له طابع شخصي. أنا ابني البكر انولد بال2003، يعني ولد ويا العراق الجديد. فدائما أشبه تطوره الإنساني من رضيع صغير يعتمد كليا على من حوله إلى طفل صغير يبدي يتعلم شوية شوية من السقطات، يبدي يتعلم المشي، من حتى تعلم الدراجة شلون يلعب ويرجع لي مجروح كم مرة. هذا التطور إلى أن وصل مرحلة المراهقة والاندفاع والتجربة القاسية اللي مثلا كل مراهق ممكن أن يمر بها على مستوى عواطفه وعلى مستوى تفكيره، إلى شاب في مقتبل العمر أو في بداية ربيع حياته وشلون أفكاره تطورت وتبلورت. إذا نقول إحنا العملية السياسية انولدت بال2003 على اعتبار الحالة الديمقراطية هي كلها جت بعد هذه الحقبة، وهي حالة جديدة على العراقيين بعد عقود طويلة من الزمن عاشت بنظام ديكتاتوري تماما. هذا التطور من البداية، التأسيس للديمقراطية، لتقبل هذا الشعب إلى هذه الديمقراطية، إلى فهم هذه الديمقراطية، يحتاج هاي عملية تحتاج إلى وقت. هذا شيء طبيعي جدا. الأدوات نفس الوجوه، احنا يعني فعلا صحيح نحتاج إلى الشباب، لكن أيضا احنا بحاجة إلى الشباب المثقف، الشباب الواعي، الشباب اللي يعرف يقود العملية السياسية. جبت مثال في مطلع حديثك لجلستنا عن ثورة تشرين. أبسط دليل على أنه احنا نتعامل باثنينية يجب أن يعني تتكامل، أو معادلة يجب أن تكمل إحداهما الأخرى. نعم للشباب، لكن يجب أن يكون هذا الشباب واعي ومثقف وفاهم للعملية السياسية بشكل كافي. اندفاع ثورة تشرين كانت شبابية وأدت كلمتها، نعم، لكن عدم وعيهم السياسي الكامل هو اللي أدى إلى تراجعها فيما بعد، من ثورة إلى مجرد تجربة. ونفس صناع التجربة ونفس من خاضوا التجربة يؤشرون على مواطن الضعف اللي صارت بها. السبب شنو؟ السبب أنه كانت بنسبة كبيرة منها هي عاطفية أكثر مما هي مدروسة، أو كانت حركة واقعية أو مفهومة سياسيا. إذن نعم صح، نسبة كبيرة من الشعب العراقي هم شباب، وخصوصا الجهات السياسية اللي دعمت الشباب اتجهت نحو تثقيف الشباب، مثل الحكومات اللي هي تدعم التعليم وتؤمن ببناء جيل مثقف وواعي هو اللي حيقود العملية أو يستديم العملية ويطورها، إذا كانت الاجتماعية أو إذا كانت السياسية في البلد، وهي كلها تؤثر بالتالي على استقراره وعلى نموه وتطوره وما إلى آخره من هذه التبعات. إلمام الشباب، احنا يعني دائما من خلال متابعتنا نشوف انه احنا كشباب، شويه انا اصغر نفسي واحسب نفسي على الشباب، انه اوكي احنا كشباب اكو بيهم من يعتمد على العمليه السياسيه كعتبه او سلم، اما للارتقاء او لفقط الظهور، او يعني لمفاهيم بسيطة ممكن أنه تلقفها من هنا وهناك أو من شخصيات تعامل وياها بدون إدراك حقيقي، بدون إدراك للهدف بشكل حقيقي، بدون أدوات يعني غير ممكنة أيضا. لكن هناك أيضا نسبة كبيرة من الشباب اللي عرفوا من أين تؤكل الكتف، عرفوا كيف يتدرجون بالفهم السياسي ليكونوا مؤهلين للتصدي السياسي لاحقا. احنا على مثال، احنا معظمنا خريجين زمالة قادة العراق. هذا البرنامج وكثير من البرامج التي تقام اللي هي تقدم تأهيل سياسي فكري ثقافي للشباب يخليهم يطلعون أكثر، يقومون على الأقل بمزاولة هذه الأفكار بصوت عالي بدون قيود بدون خوف، ومن ثم مراجعة تطبيقها، مراجعة فائدتها، قياس لجدواها. وطبعا هذا الموضوع حيكون بإشراف الأشخاص اللي هم مخضرمين بالسياسة وذوي الخبرة، إضافة إلى العمل الميداني أو نقدر نسميه التجربة الميدانية الأرضية الواقعية العملية السياسية. المرة إحنا مجرد شخص ينشط على اليوتيوب ويسمي نفسه ناشط ويظهر على الساحة ويريد أن يكون يعني شخص سياسي، أوكي، إحنا مو ضد الطموح، لكن نحن مع أن يكون هناك منهجية لهذا الظهور، منهجية لهذا التصدي حتى لا يقع في أخطاء. مرة من المرات في إحدى الندوات اللي أقامها مجلس النواب العراقي كان هناك يعني بحث حول تمكين الشباب العراقي وتصديه السياسي. إحدى السيدات من أعضاء مجلس النواب أشكلت على هذا الموضوع، قالت إنه إحنا نعاني من الشباب المتمكن لأنه أخطاء كثيرة. هنا إحنا خلينا نتوقف. أولاً لابد أن يخطأ، ومن منا لا يخطأ. لازم يكون هناك صدر رحب لاستيعاب الشباب وتعليمهم. أوكي يخطأ لكن راح يقوم ويكرر التجربة، وعنده هذه المطاولة. مو مثل الكبار، الكبير يمكن إذا خطأ راح يشعر بالإحباط ويترك الموضوع كله، لكن الشباب عندهم مطاولة إنه إذا أخطأ ممكن إنه يرجع ويعيد الكرة مرة واثنين وثلاثة على إنه يتعلم طبعا من الخطأ. النقطة الثانية المهمة، هذا الصد إنه الشباب ممكن إنه يخطأ أو الشباب كثير الخطأ وعليه إحنا ما نمكنه. لهذا إحنا نشعر إنه المنظومة أصبحت مخضرمة أو نقدر نقول old fashion، كلش قديمة بالتفكير، كلش آلياتها بطيئة، لأن هي مدى تسمح بدخول الأفكار الجديدة، مدى تسمح بتحديث آلياتها. وهذه الأفكار الجديدة والآليات لا يمكن أن تدخل إلا بالشباب، على اعتبار الزمن تغير، مواكبة اختلفت، النظام كل العالم يختلف وتعاطيه يختلف. من الذكاء أن إذا كان يعني الحكومة بشكل عام أو حتى الجهات السياسية اللي هي لها نفوذية بالبلد، من الذكاء أن لا فقط أن تدعم الشباب بعنوانهم كشباب، أن تقوم بتأهيلهم ومن ثم دفعهم للعملية السياسية حتى يكونون نموذج حقيقي صحيح مناسب وأيضا منتج. إحنا اللي نريده شنو؟ إحنا كشباب اليوم بالعراق تشرين شنو رادت؟ تشرين خرجت ضد قانون انتخابي ضربها هي، ضر تشرين نفسها. ليش؟ لأنه ما كان عندها الإلمام الكافي بالقوانين الانتخابية، بالتالي هي رفعت الراية ضد نفسها أو بالدرجة الأولى. ولحد الآن نلاحظ أكو هيك حركات أو نلاحظ هيك أمور، لكن خلينا نكون صبورين على أنفسنا أولاً كشباب، خلينا ننطي مجال لنفسنا أن نتعلم. لابد أنه هذا الشعور أنه نفس الوجوه نفس الأدوات، لابد أنه يتحدث إلى أنه هذه خبرة، هذه الأدوات أو هذه الوجوه هي خبرة إحنا نستعين بها حتى إحنا نطور ونكمل، مو ننفي القديم يعني نلغيه.
شكرا جزيلا.
أنا ما أريد أخذ وقت أكثر، بس أختم بشغلة واحدة بسيطة. لو نلاحظ إحنا العملية السياسية كلها ترى في تطور، لكن مدى نشهده بشكل واقعي، أو يمكن إحنا مدى نلمسه ونتغاضى عن مثلا بعض المؤشرات. أنا أحس بسعادة كبيرة مؤخرا، خصوصا من صار فكرة أنه تقرر الموازنة ل3 سنوات. هذا معناته عدة شهور كانت إحنا تضيع كل سنة بسبب الموازنة، لكن إذا قررت ل3 سنوات مع الجدلية، أنا ما أحكي بالتفاصيل، مع الجدلية، لكن هي خطوة مفيدة للإنجاز، اختصار هذه الأشهر اللي كانت تضيع في الحوار والمناقشات هاي من النقاط اللي هي دليل تجربة 20 سنة. إحنا بعد 17 سنة أو بعد 20 سنة وصلنا إلى أنه لا، لازم إحنا كل سنة نعاني من هذا الموضوع. أوكي خلينا نحله. منو اللي قدر يحل هذا الموضوع؟ منو قدر اللي يتخذ الجرأة بهذا القرار؟ أكيد الطاقة الشابة اللي دخلت وأثرت هذه السنة، وإن شاء الله إحنا مستمرين بطموحنا أنه تبقى الشيبة محفوظة والخبرة محفوظة، لكن تبدي تضخ لها الدماء الشابة الجديدة للتطوير اللي إحنا نريد مثل ما يقولون.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ زهراء. وأكيد يعني يمكن أكو همين هنا هواية أشياء مشابهة مع أستاذ شيفان، أنه النظام التعليمي وأهميته هنا والوعي السياسي كيف ممكن تنميته وكيف ممكن العمل عليه. وهمين يمكن نرجع بعدين ونتكلم على شلون ممكن نطلع ملخص مما تعلمناه من العملية السياسية خلال 20 سنة اللي فاتت. أكيد هناك الكثير من الدروس المتعلمة، وهاي الدروس ممكن تطبق في المستقبل، حتى يمكن ما يجون نفس الوجوه، أكيد ما راح يجون نفس الوجوه في 20-30 سنة المقبلة، وحتى نفس الأنظمة ونفس الطرق اللي استخدمت في الماضي ممكن تتطور، ممكن تتحسن لحياة أفضل للعراق. تعليق واحد فقط على موضوع التشرين والانتخاب قانون الانتخابات. أتصور هو من الظلم جدا حصر مطالب تشرين بقانون الانتخابات. مطالب تشرين كانت هواية أعمق من هكذا، وكانت يعني لها بعد أكبر بكثير، بس هذا ممكن نناقشه أيضا فيما بعد. Sajjad, now we go to you, and we talked about Tishreen, we talked about a new political system that emerged from Tishreen, but this system was entered into a system of corruption, of the same kind of values, the same kind of structures, which resulted in turning it into a corrupt one. Some people would claim that Kadhimi's government maybe is a Tishreen emerged government. So how do you prevent any emerging movement from becoming sucked into the system and getting captured by the system?
أشكرك على هذا السؤال الملعوز طبعا. So, is it possible to prevent new parties, new movements from being captured, blocked, co-opted by the political elite in the current conditions? No, not possible. There's two sets of conditions, the internal and the external. The internal, Zahra referred to as well, you need the maturity of these movements. They need to be prepared. I was speaking to an MP, a new MP, a few days ago, and he said, we entered parliament in 2021. I have no political experience. I don't know what the duties of an MP are. I don't know the procedures. I don't know what my powers are. I don't know all the games these political blocs play because I've never been part of politics. Nobody trained us. We entered parliament, but we don't know how to play the game. And this is a prominent MP. And he got kicked off one committee, and now he's been moved to another committee, and he's struggling. But that tells you that a lot of these potential leaders of the future, they're not prepared. Not because they don't want to, but because the system is designed not to help them prepare themselves. So the internal conditions mean we need the opposition, if we want to call them that, the future generations who are going to enter the political game, to be better prepared to carry out their duties, to be able to act on a strategy. What is it that they want to achieve? Are they here to help us improve our legislation? Are they here to hold the government to account? Are they here to prepare for more participation from young people in future elections? The last elections, the real turnout was around 30%. Okay, forget what IHEC says, the real turnout is about 30%. We don't expect the conditions to improve so that we'll go back to having a high turnout of 40, 50, 60%. Highly unlikely. So how do you, as an opposition, as a new party, as independents, whatever you want to call them, how are you going to prepare when those established elites are able to get their people to vote and you are really struggling to convince your electorate to vote for you? They're not convinced to show up for elections. So that's a struggle. The second is the external conditions, the control the political elite have of the system. We see it now with the change to the electoral law. We're moving from SNTV to proportional representation and more subtle things that will happen, the change to the commissioners of IHEC and so on. These are designed to keep the current parties in power, not to make it easier for new parties to enter parliament. So if we had 50 independent/new parties in the last elections, we may only have 5 in the next ones. So when they have this control of the system, you need a game plan to try to change things. Do the new generation of politicians have these strategies, have these tactics available to hand? I don't think so. So right now, the conditions are not great. And we have high oil prices. Sid Zahra mentioned that we have a 3-year budget. That's good, but that's good for the political elite. It keeps things stable. It allows them to maintain control of the system. So until we make those changes, until we're able to better prepare these new parties and the independents, internally they're more cohesive, they know where their weaknesses are, they know what the political elite are going to challenge them on. So, here's an example. If you voted for Imtidad in Dhiqa, and it's going to be a year and a half since you voted for them. Some of those people who voted were protesters, they suffered physical pain. They finally managed to get to the ballot box, they voted, and they got Mr. X from Imtidad into parliament. It's been a year and 6 months. What has that MP done for them? That's what people think, that an MP's job is to make my life better. Has he improved the water situation? No, it's got worse. Have they improved better service delivery? Has he given me a job? Has he made conditions in the Qar, in Nasriya, in Shatra, Suq al-Shuyukh, wherever, better for me? The answer is no. Why would I vote for this MP again? You let me down. Now, you can explain that actually an MP's job is not to deliver services, we're here to, you can explain all that to them. They don't care. The reality is they're not going to vote next time at all. And if they vote, they're certainly not going to vote for an independent MP or these new parties. They're going to vote for people who are in charge, who can change things. So these are the tactics that the political elite play on, is to make people be convinced that, number one, new parties, independents, they're not effective. Don't waste your time. Vote for people who are in charge at the highest levels. State Forces Coalition, the coalition that we see now, vote for somebody from there. And number two, you better believe the system is going to be alive for many years to come, right? Protest or no protest, we're here for the long run. You have to be as dedicated as us if you want to challenge. If not, then don't waste your time. And unfortunately, that message is, it's reaching people. And that's why we see election turnout is a problem. That's why we see cohesive opposition does not exist. So back to your question, right now, the conditions are not good. Maybe in the future, if we make the right changes, we can expect to have a more mature opposition movement, more mature politicians entering the game, but I still think that's maybe, a couple of elections away. The experience from these past ones will help for sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sajjad. And it's a great analysis as always. And listening to you now makes me think about, the need for working together, the need for raising awareness. And this brings us back to the points that Zahra and Shivan mentioned. Shivan, do you have any kind of reactions to what has been said so far?
Maybe I can come in and comment on some of the points that were raised in the context of the Kurdistan region, which is part of Iraq and at the same time not. When you look at the social dynamics in the north of the country and how, in the fact that the social contract in the Kurdistan region is with the Kurdish elite, which is dependent on revenue sharing agreements between Erbil and Baghdad, or sort of good relations between the two governments. And it's an open secret that since 2014 and 15, the relationship has been fraught. And then as a result, the KRG or the Kurdish elite has not been able to fulfill that end of the bargain, that is to provide services and jobs and employment opportunities and what have you, or the rents to the public. In the Kurdistan region, we also had, perhaps a couple of years prior to the Tishreen movement, a kind of a new fresh of blood to the political scenes with different political movements emerging. But because there is still a tight grip on the political process between the two ruling parties, but not only between the two ruling parties, but also the tight grip on the institutions of governance, be it the parliament, the ministries, even sometimes, surprisingly to say that even civil society organizations. So it basically, what we are left with a situation where you could basically summarize it as total loss of hope, because even when you have opportunities and space for the young generation in Iraq to mobilize and organize around new platforms, new emerging kind of political movements as an extension to the protest movement, and actually even a kind of exchanging of ideas and platforms to kind of reimagine and re-envision a different country that they want moving forward. I think in the Kurdistan region, on the contrary, it's because of the apathy and the complete waning interest in conventional forms of politics, we don't see any of those kind of dynamics at play. But it's more about fight or flight. Again, not to speak in dichotomous terms, but we've seen in protest movements that more often than not have turned violent as a result of the more maximalist but also chaotic forms of protest movement. And we've also seen indications of the flight where surprisingly large numbers of illegal migration from Iraq coming from the Kurdistan region. So what needs to be done moving forward. It's of course imperative that the young generation in the Kurdistan region are reconciled, but also taught or helped to engage with conventional forms of politics. Democracy is a messy game, and it's learning by doing, but also progress kind of takes time. But if we don't open the scene politically, socially, and otherwise for the fresh blood and new ideas and new forms of political activism, then the status quo, which has been fraught for a while, and it's again open secret that including the ruling elite that are in the driving seat are not happy about the current circumstances.
Thank you very much. And I think here we need to find solutions, because every year more than 500,000 young people enter the job market. So we don't need just jobs. We need to find a solution. We need to think about where would these people go and how do they become effective citizens. Sami, I come back to you, and I'll switch to Arabic أحسن. أرجع لك سامية، احنا حكينا هواي على تحديات، على مشاكل، على بعض الحلول. هاي كلها تنطبق على العراق بصورة عامة، بضمن كردستان، ضمن المناطق اللي بيها الأقليات. بس أكيد يعني بعد أكو مشاكل وتحديات إضافية في مناطق معينة. فإذا نريد نركز على الحلول للأقليات ولكيفية مشاركة الأقليات، خاصة المجتمع اليزيدي في العملية السياسية، ذكرنا احنا أنه الحادثة مثلا ما عندنا محافظ قام مقام، فكيف ممكن نفكر خارج الإطار ونوصل لفد طريقة بحيث نقدر ندعم التمثيل اليزيدي الحقيقي في العملية السياسية؟
نعم. بخصوص الأقليات بشكل عام في العراق واليزيديين بشكل خاص، يعني أنا دا أشوف على الحكومة العراقية أن تعمل على حماية وحقوق الأقليات في العراق، لأن حقيقة هناك مشاكل، والمشكلة الأساسية هي الهجرة. يعني كل يوم دا نشوف مجاميع من الشباب دا يهاجرون من بلدهم وبطرق غير شرعية، مثلا في يونان بين بحر إيجا وغابات وغيرها، وهم دا يصيرون ضحايا بين الصراعات السياسية في البلد. هذه أولاً. من نذكر المشكلة أنه الصراعات السياسية موجودة، بنفس الوقت الحكومة خلي تنطي الحماية لحقوق الأقليات. هذه الحل ممكن يعني نقترحها للحكومة. أيضاً شيء مهم جداً، يعني الحكومة عليها تكون محايدة ويا شعبها. هذه همنا دا نشوف أنه أكو تحيز بين مكون ومكون آخر، بين أقلية وأقلية آخر، لا كلهم يعني بالتالي مواطنين ومكونين أصليين من هذا البلد. والعراق معروفة بحضارتها، بثقافتها، بمختلف المكونات الموجودة بالبلد. فالمفروض يركزون على هذه النقطة همنا، يعني الحكومة تكون محايدة. أيضاً عندنا حل آخر، تفعيل دور الشباب في مؤسسات الحكومية. يعني من 2003 يمكن، وبعدين جينا لعام 2014 بعد ما تعرضنا لإبادة جماعية على تنظيم داعش الإرهابي. حتى المسؤولين مال اليزيديين، يعني خلينا نكون واقعين، أنا ما دا أحكم على الحكومة العراقية فقط، وإنما عندنا ممثلين بالبرلمان هم ما دا يمثلون شعبهم بشكل صحيح. فالمفروض مو كل مرة نفس الوجوه هم يرشحون نفسهم. فأنا دا أقترح أنه تفعيل دور الشباب كلش مهمة في مؤسسات الحكومية، حتى هم يقدرون يبنون المجتمعات. دا نشوف أنه تهميش كلش كبير من قبل الحكومة اتجاه الشباب بشكل عام وليس الأقليات فقط. وإحنا يعني من نريد أن نشتغل، أنا صار لي 9 سنوات أشتغل بمجال المجتمع المدني بعمل التطوعي، لأن المعاناة مالتنا كثيرة والتحديات بنفس الوقت. ومن نشوف أنه دور الحكومي ضعيف اتجاهنا، علينا احنا نقوم بواجبنا اتجاه مجتمعاتنا. فهذه ايضا نشوف التحديات، انه اذا تكون ناشط مستقل، اذا تكون صحفي مستقل. كل يوم دا نواجه التحديات من قبل الحكومات الموجودة، وأنا كنت أتمنى أنه الحكومة موجودة هنا همينا تسمع آرائنا أشون احنا سمعنا لمناقشاتهم أثناء الجلسة ككل. فهذه كل مرة نتأسف أكثر أنه إحنا نستمع لآرائهم لمناقشاتهم، نحضر باجتماعات، ومن يجي دور الشباب لا هم ما يسمعونا. فهذه دليل على أنه هم ما ينطون دور الشباب. فمثل ما ذكرت أنه تكون محايدة، تفعيل دور الشباب في المؤسسات الحكومية، وحماية للأقليات في العراق.
شكرا جزيلا. صراحة يمكن عندنا بعض المسؤولين الحكوميين اللي بعدهم بالقاعة، وأتمنى هم يستمعون لنا حاليا، بس إذا الكاميرا تشوف القاعة حاليا فالعديد من الكراسي في أول الصلوات هي فارغة. أستاذ زهراء، نرجع للوعي السياسي. احنا تكلمنا به وتكلمنا أنه أهمية زيادة مستوى التعليم، زيادة الوعي السياسي، بس حاليا إذا الأحزاب الحاكمة تعمل على هذا المشروع وتزيد الوعي السياسي، راح تخلق لهم منافسين في العملية السياسية. فشلون نشوف هاي المعادلة، أنه عدم سيطرة الأحزاب الحاكمة حاليا على النظام التعليمي، على طريقة زيادة الوعي السياسي، المشاركة في الانتخابات، وهذه الأمور كلها؟ يعني ممكن نشوف أكو منافسة في هذا الموضوع أو لا؟
شوف حيدر، هو مبدئيا ماكو حزب سياسي غير مؤمن بالشباب راح يمكنه او راح يعطيه توعيه سياسيه، مستحيل. ممكن انه يخلي كم شاب ويتعمد انه دول الشباب هم يكونون قليلين التجربه ويدفعهم بالقائمه مالته، حتى يعني البروباغندا اعلاميه لا اكثر ولا اقل، يكسب بها اصوات المجتمع. الاحزاب اللي هي فعلا تدعم الشباب هي تفكر بشكل استراتيجي لا أكثر ولا أقل. تفكر بشكل استراتيجي على أنه الوجوه أولاً استهلكت، الأفكار استنفذت، وبالتالي لديمومة هذا الحزب يجب أن يكون هناك دماء شابة جديدة فيه تقدم وتستمر بالعطاء. تبقى أنه هذا النوع العطاء شنو؟ هذا التقديم شنو مستوى؟ هذا يبقى على مستوى الوعي السياسي اللي دا يقدم هذا الحزب لهذول الناشئين من الشباب. ممكن انه نيجي نقول انه هذا الشاب المستقل اللي ما يريد يتحزب وين يروح؟ الحركات او هسه مثلا حتى هي ذكرت الصحفيين المستقلين، الشخصيات المستقله، احنا يمكن لو نسوي احصائيه نجد انه هناك عدد كبير جدا من منظمات المجتمع المدني، المنظمات الدولية اللي هي ترعى وتدعم التوعية السياسية للشباب وبدون أجندات. ممكن أنه يعني الدعم يكون من جهة معينة، ليش لا؟ لأنه هاي الجهة تريد توفر هذه البيئة، تريد توفر بيئة توعوية للشباب حتى يصير عنده وعي سياسي. لكن الأجندة بحد ذاتها انه هي اقدم اني معلومات، اقدم لهم ادوات، اقدم لهم خبره. زج الشباب فقط انه هو مجرد انه يريد تعيين ونثقل للدوله بعدد كبير من الموظفين، وما يخفى على يمكن احنا منا وبينا من الشباب تيجي تشوف طموحه انه هو يتعين، بعد التعيين طموحه انه هو يحصل اجازه ال3 سنين أو ال5 سنين ويتفرغ، أو مثلا يبدي يدور إجايز، يبدي يدور تنسيب، يبدي يدور وين المكان اللي ما بيه شغل. هذا واقع معظم الشباب الموظفين. فإحنا أنا ما أريد يعني أكون شديدة تجاه الكبار والمخضرمين، لأن هم أيضا لهم حق أحيانا من يشوفون إنه الشباب دا يفكر بهالطريقة، منو اللي حيقدم التجديد، منو اللي حيطور البلد. مؤخرا أنا اطلعت على تجربة ريادة اللي ذكرها رئيس الوزراء، مع جميع الملاحظات اللي ممكن أنه مثلا اللي يسمعها منو قال صحيحة، منو قال حقيقية، مجرد دعاية انتخابية. أنت بس تعال على الفكرة، يعني جردنا من التبعية، جردنا من التأثيرات مالتها. بس أنت تعال على الفكرة إنه أنا أجي ألتزم بالشباب، أقول له قدم مشروعك الخاص، حتى لو كنت موظف عندك فد مشروع صغير، فكرة مشروع صغير تسويه بعد الدوام أو أثناء تفرغك أنت اللي أنت تتفرغه، بدل ما تكون عاطل عن العمل أو موظف مقنع ببطالة مقنعة. قدم مشروع، ندربك، نأهلك لهذا المشروع، ومن ثم ندعمك بقرض معين، ونبقى نتابع أداء المشروع مالتك، أو أنت إذا عندك مشروع إحنا نبقى نتابع وياك حتى يتطور وينجح. يعني هذه الأفكار لو بدأت وتخيل يعني إن شاء الله يكون مشروع ناجح لأنه برعاية الحكومة العراقية. لكن كم منظمة دولية سوت مثل هذا البرنامج؟ وين صداها؟ أنا أسأل إنه ليش ماكو صدى على هالأمور هذه؟ أحياناً السبب إنه يكون ما يريدون تجير هذه الأعمال لجهة معينة، لهذا تكون انتشارها وصداها فقط على المساحة المستهدفة أو المحافظة المستهدفة أو مثلاً التيار أو الحزب المستهدف. هذا سبب. سبب ثاني ممكن أن يكون ماكو جهات ترغب بأنه يتثقف الشباب بهالشكل، بالتالي راح يغطي من حيطبل الوزارة، من يدخل للعملية السياسية ويبدي ينطي مقترحات ويبدي يريد يغير ويبدي يريد ينقذ السيستم البطيء الموجود حتى يسرعه حتى يحدثه، بالتالي ما راح ممكن أن يكون هذا مستساغ. فنتفق انه هي اثنينيه، احنا بدنا نعمل يعني ايد واحده ما تصفق. احنا محتاجين الكبار، محتاجين المخضرمين، وايضا محتاجين الشباب. لكن اذا اتبعنا هذه الاليات ومشينا بهذا الطريق اللي هو التفكير الاستراتيجي بتاهيل الشباب ومن ثم تصديهم، ان شاء الله راح نقدر نوصل لطموحاتنا انه يكون العراق تقوده حكومه تحدث تغييرات فورية وسريعة وأيضاً أنه مؤثرة بالمجتمع كله.
شكراً جزيلاً. وأتصور هنا السؤال الحقيقي هو يعني مبادرات مثل ريادة ومثل هذه مبادرات يعني رائعة حقاً يعني إذا تطبق، بس كيف ممكن نمنع الفساد الموجود حالياً أنه يدخل بها مثل ما دخل بأي شيء ثاني؟ وهذا الشيء أتصور يعني المهم التركيز عليه، ومهم يعني حتى نحكي به بعدين أكثر بالمستقبل. Sajjad, I come back to you, and we have around 5 minutes left. There are a lot of questions that I integrated within the questions that we had already. But one question that we received is, you recently wrote an essay about the Iraq war, the invasion, and how regime change needed to happen, but the Iraq war did not. Why do you think that is, and how what do we learn from that? What do we do? How do we move forward?
It's difficult to say. I mean, there is a lot that happened in 2003 that is still around today. The threads, the people, the actions, the changes, the institutions. There's a lot that's still connected. We're not 50 years away or 60 years away, but we're in the process of transition. So I always quote this statistic, 50% of the Iraqi population is born 2003 onwards. So it's around 22 million people now. And the number is growing. Those people who were born after 2003, they have no connection to events before. They don't care about Saddam, the Ba'ath, and all that kind of stuff. They're looking at their own prospects. Why are we not as developed as other countries? Why do I not have economic prospects and opportunities like other young people in the region? They look to the Gulf. Why are the Gulf countries so much more developed than us? We have more oil than most of them. We have a larger population. We have more potential. What's going on? They don't care about Iran-Iraq war, Saddam this, that's gone, it's done. So if there is a hope, it's in this generation of people who are more sort of inward-looking in terms of asking the right questions. It's no longer about Iran and America and Russia this, and they're concerned about why our governance is not good and why it's not to the level that it should be. I mean, Zara made a good point. You know, sometimes those people also need to do something. There is some responsibility on young people. They need to vote, they need to be politically active, they need to educate themselves, they need to hold politicians to account. They can't just wait until politicians give them a job and then they go quiet for a couple of years. That's not enough. There's more that they need to do too. That's true. Absolutely, I agree. But we're in that moment of transition where the older generation are dying off. In a few years, most of them will no longer be around. And it's the younger to sort of the middle generation that will be in charge. We hope that they are more progressive in the way they think. There's less ideology, there's less concerns about the past rivalries and enmities and so on. And they look at the opportunities that we have in the country. I think most of the countries in the region are envious of the potential of Iraq. Envious. Because they know we have so much potential. We have great resources, human and otherwise. We can go so far. We are in a better position than a lot of these other states in terms of the potential, right? Even institutions, even our capacity to deliver on things, it's there. We just don't put it into action. Corruption is a big problem, but also the legacy of what happened after 2003. So if I want to be optimistic, I can say that maybe in a few years' time, maybe another couple of election cycles, there will be a larger number of people who will only be focusing on how do we improve the situation for all Iraqis. I don't care about this party and that party, which is the organization, the party, the type of cabinet and government that is going to make my life better. That's who I'm going to vote for. I will judge them on their policies. I'm not going to judge them because his last name is X or he wears this or he comes from that place. What is his policy? How is it going to make my life better? We're not there yet. We haven't reached that point. We're still saying, well, he's from this zone and from that province and this tayyar and that itar. We're still caught up in these games. When the time comes that enough people, the critical mass, are mature to say, I don't care. I just want who's a good, bureaucrat, minister, politician who's going to make my life better. That's when we'll see the disconnect between us and 2003. That will be the moment of change.
Thank you very much. And here, I keep on thinking about the importance of accountability in these situations and how accountability can prevent, for example, $2.5 trillion in theft or things like that. So this is very important, and this transition. He's not here. He left with our session. We're out of time. I'm sorry. We have to. One 30 seconds. Okay.
فقط إنه كيف إنه المستقل عنده حرية أكثر بالحديث مثل يعني سجاد من دا يتحدث تحسه ماخذ راحته بالحديث والأمثلة لأنه أنا ما أقدر هيك أحكي لأنه ممكن إنه أي كلمة أتحدثها راح تنحسب بحساب معين. ففكرة الشباب المستقل سلاح جدا قوي. يا ريت لو تنتبه الحكومة العراقية على دعمه حتى بالمستقبل فعلا راح تحدث ثورة شبابية بالبلد.
وأكيد يجب وجود يعني اتحاد بين الشباب المستقلين بين المستقلين بصورة عامة حتى
يقدرون ينافسونا صراحة. احنا مثقفين.
على كل حال شكرا جزيلا للمشاركين معنا. شكرا جزيلا لكم لأنه بقيتوا لنهاية اليوم. شكرا جزيلا للمتحدثين. وهاي آخر جلسة إن شاء الله اليوم. عندنا إن شاء الله راح تكون أكو نقاشات موجودة بعد فشاركونا بيها. ونختم هاي الجلسة بشكر آيرس، شكر الجامعة الأمريكية في السليمانية وشكركم كلكم على وجودكم معنا. شكرا جزيلا.